You're all ready to go, Jeffrey.
Great. Okay. Well, good evening, everybody. Lights up on Manhattan Community Board 4's March 2022 full board meeting. Welcome and good evening. My name is Jeffrey LeFrancois, and I'm the chair of Manhattan Community Board 4. We are here tonight assembled via Zoom by the emergency order of the governor, allowing us to do so virtually and not in person. All of our committees and full boards met this past month virtually, and that will be the case until further notice. Our meeting is being live streamed tonight on our YouTube channel. A transcript is also being recorded and will be made available. Let's see, members of the public tonight will be given an opportunity to speak at our public session, which will actually be the third public hearing moment of the evening on our agenda. However, if you are attending and you would like to speak and you did not sign up in advance, please use the raised hand function on Zoom when the public session starts. This goes as well for our public hearings. If you're calling in by phone, you'll need to press *6 to do the raised hand function. The agenda for tonight's meeting can be found on our website at mcb4.nyc. And I want everybody to hear me out at the beginning of this meeting. There is a lot going on in Manhattan Community District 4. We have a ULURP hearing tonight, which we are required by law to have a public hearing on. We have a significant action process happening through the Hudson River Park Trust, of which we are having a hearing on our letter this evening because of the significance of the issue. And as always, we also have our public hearing as well. So I want to move us quickly to our first item on the agenda. Jesse, if our guests are here. So all that also to beg your indulgence and your patience this evening as we get through our meeting tonight. Fill your water bottles, grab your snacks, and ready the children. So Jesse, if our guests are here, we can start with our presentation.
Yeah, yes, he is. Harold Miller from the Racial Justice Commission is here. Harold, I don't know if there's anybody else from your team that you're looking to have over, but you can let me.
I'm solo today.
Okay, great.
Ready to go?
Yep, we're ready to go.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Jesse, Jeffrey, to the members of CB4. Thank you for having me this evening. Again, I'm Harold Miller. I am the Executive Director for the Racial Justice Commission. I'm going to share my screen. I'll go through a quick presentation. It sounds like you have a lot on your agenda tonight, so I'm going to do my best to inform you about what's coming up on your ballots in November. Give me 1 second. And I know I spoke to one of the committees last year, but just to catch everyone up, let's see, my presentation button, sorry. There you go. So the Racial Justice Commission was formed in March of 2021 by former Mayor Bill de Blasio. The commission is also empowered as a charter revision commission and has appointed 11 commissioners, including Jennifer Jones-Austin and Vice Chair Henry Garrido. So Jennifer Jones-Austin serves as our chair. The first meetings of the commission began in April of last year. And in December, at the very end of last year, we delivered 3 ballot proposals to the city clerk's office that will be that New York City voters will vote on come this November when our mandate as a charter commission ends. So I'll give you a little background on our mission and who we are. The Racial Justice Commission, empowered with the legal authority of the Charter Revision Commission, seizes the transformative potential of this moment in history to identify and propose structural changes and significant policy reforms that advance racial justice and equity and begins to dismantle structural racism for all New Yorkers. This work is necessary because systemic racism has been and continues to shape our reality. And I always level set with folks because we know that we're not going to solve racism with a charter commission. The goal is to begin to dismantle, look at structural inequities that exist in our city's government structures, and look ways how we can dismantle those inequities. As I mentioned just now, our commission, we have 11 commission members led by Jennifer Jones-Austin as our chair, Henry Garrido, who's our vice chair, Kay Bain, Anna Bermudez, Reverend Fred Davey, Lori Daniel Favors, Derek Hamilton, Chris Coy, Yesenia Mata, Phil Thompson, and Joanne Yu are the other members of our commission. Many names that you have heard before serve as civic leaders, for many years, all the folks listed here. For those who are not familiar with the New York City Charter, is also known as our city's constitution. It defines our organizations, powers, functions, essential procedures of city government, figuring out how we elect officials to our budgeting process. It lays out the fundamental structure of city government and controls how decisions are made and details the budget towards projects in housing, education, to human rights and emergency services. So it's organization, it's process, representation, and resources when it comes to the city charter. Like I said, we are looking to beginnings of dismantling structural racism in our city government structures. So the way our commission is, looks at the work is propose broad revisions that address root causes of inequity, create foundations for lasting capacity and accountability for the future, take actions and steps towards justice, and lay a route towards racial equity for elected leaders and administrations to come. So throughout our process thus far, we have held at least 15 commission meetings, over a dozen public input sessions where it was both virtual and in person. We've held issue panel series where we brought thought leaders and experts across the city to give ideas and best practices to the commission. And we have received over 1,200 submissions of public input via online. So as well as held over 40 presentations to different civic groups, community boards, and other civic organizations. So we were very heavily invested in making sure that we have heard from the public all across the city from, in multiple ways, whether it be online, whether it be in person, using virtual technology as well. And that was reflected in an interim staff report where we reported back what we have heard. And then in the final report, spoke extensively about what we heard during our public input session. So the final report, like I said earlier, was delivered to our city clerk's office and included a recap of the public engagement that I spoke about, the ballot proposals, and a roadmap for racial justice. The roadmap for racial justice is ideas that we have heard from the public that didn't quite fit into the structural changes that we were looking for to make the charter revisions, but had really sound policy ideas that we heard from the public that we thought that we should be able to pursue moving forward. And so as well as we are launching an education campaign to educate New Yorkers about our ballot measures, we are also having conversation with elected leaders, agencies, and other stakeholders about some of these policy ideas that we have heard from the public in our road mapping for racial justice. So the ballot measures that voters will vote on this year are three of them. Is one, a statement of values to guide government. Second, establish a racial equity office, plan, and commission. Third, a measure of the true cost of living. So when we talk about the first ballot measure, This proposal will amend the New York City Charter to add a preamble, which will be an introductory statement of values and vision aspiring towards a just and equitable city for all New Yorkers. And included in the preamble is a statement that the city must strive to remedy the past and continuing harms and to reconstruct, revise, reimagine our foundation structures, institutions, and laws to promote justice and equity for all New Yorkers. The preamble is intended to guide city government in fulfilling those its duties, and that is ballot question number 1. We'll have a rendering of what the preamble will look like. You can read that on our website. You can go on nyc.gov/racial-justice. So you can actually see kind of the words that we will use in the preamble. It talks about the aspirational view that we want for New York to be a just city for all New Yorkers, and also recognizes the past harms New York has endured on, people of color, particularly the African slave trade, the taking of Lot Bay land from them, and up to recent history with surveillance and other means of racial discrimination. So I'll move on to ballot question 2. So this proposal will amend the city charter to require a citywide and agency-specific racial equity plan every 2 years. The plan will include intended strategies and goals to improve racial equity and reduce or eliminate racial disparities. Establishment of Office of Racial Equity, and appoint a chief equity officer to advance racial equity and coordinate the city's racial equity planning process. The office would support city agencies in improving access to city services and programs for those people and communities who have been negatively affected by previous policies or actions, and collect and report data related to equity. And establish a commission on racial equity appointed by city elected officials, and making appointments to this commission. Elected officials will be required to consider appointees who are representative of or have experience in advocating for diverse ranges of communities. The commission will identify and propose priorities to inform the racial equity planning process and review agency and citywide racial equity plans. So in a nutshell, we want to establish a racial equity office, sort of how we think about we have an Office of Budget and Management. Racial Equity Office will work with city agencies to make sure that racial equity is in the forefront of all policy making decisions. Sort of how we think about, finances is considered in all policy making decisions. Also, want to establish a 2-year cycle where we have racial equity plans established. So the office will work with each city agency to come up with racial equity plans, as well as establish a citywide one for us to implement. On top of that, have a commission made up of New Yorkers across the board that will be appointed, some by the mayor, some by the city council, some by the public advocate and comptroller, that would review, help guide, advise the equity planning process. So you'll have a constant input from the public on these racial equity plans. So that is ballot question 2, and you can read more details about that on the website as well. Question 3 is a proposal to amend the city charter to require the city to create a true cost of living measure to track the actual costs in New York City of meeting essential needs, including housing, food, childcare, transportation, and other necessary costs, without considering public, private, or informal assistance, in order to inform programmatic and policy decisions. And it will require the city government to report annually on the true cost of living measure. So essentially, our commission wanted to establish a true cost of living standard to make sure that decisions about policy in the city take into account how much it actually costs to live here. If you go by federal poverty standards, it's totally out of whack to the cost of living here in New York. Some people measure that it costs somewhere upwards of $80,000 to $90,000 to live with dignity in New York City. And the federal poverty line does not reflect that. So this is not like a poverty level, but is actually what, considered dignity level, able to meet the basic needs to live with dignity here in New York City. So that's the intention of the true cost of living standard. So help guide policy makers on, making sure that we have a true cost measured when we're making these decisions about, who receive benefits, how we look at development, how do we look at, transportation policies moving forward, as an example. So where we are right now is that we have these ballot measures going to be voted on this year. And my intention as executive director for the commission is to make sure that every New Yorker knows about it. We're launching one of the largest education campaigns in Charter Revision Commission history, where we want to make sure that we have as many New Yorkers engaged as possible. That's why I appreciate the opportunity to speak to the community board tonight, because I'm going to need each and every one of you to help spread the word, help educate your neighbors, connect us to different networks of organizations and people, so we can further our reach into New York City, and making sure that every single voter that goes into the ballot box for the November election know what they're voting for. Whether or not they vote in support or against the ballot measures, that's one thing. But what I will lose sleep over at night is that someone goes into the ballot box and do not know what they're voting for, or never heard of these ballot measures. So my intentions this year is to make sure that the voting public knows what these ballot measures are, have an informed opinion about them, and they'll make the decision they feel just how we move racial equity forward. And so that's our attention, and that's what we're hoping for, and that's how that's the help I need from you this year. So to stay in touch with us, you can sign up through our website, nyc.gov/racial justice, to learn more about the campaign, learn more about the ballot measures, and all the work that we are doing for this year. You can always email us at racialjustice@charter.nyc.gov. I'll put my personal email in the chat so you can reach out to me directly if you have any specific questions about the public education campaign or anything else related to the Racial Justice Commission. And you can always follow us on social media. We're very active on social media, where you can follow us at Racial Justice NY on Twitter, at Racial Justice NYC on Facebook or Instagram. And if you want to learn more about how we actually came about with these ballot measures, I advise that you go on our YouTube channel, and you can watch every commission meeting, every public input session, and the expert panels that we organized last year to get a good sense of, the discussions and the considerations our commissioners made in developing these 3 ballot measures. It's a lot of content on there. Watch at your leisure, but you'll learn a lot about how we got to this point, and be better informed as a voter come November. So I'll take any questions at this point, if there's time.
Thanks, Harold. Very much appreciate this presentation on what are very important issues for New Yorkers to consider. Voter education, obviously, supremely important. So thanks for being here. I will take a question or two from the board. Tui, I see your hand up.
Yes, thank you for this. I wanted to know, Francois, actually the protocol, since we don't have a chat, he offered his personal email. Is that just going to be in the notes instead, or does he say it out loud here?
It's on the screen. We've never had a chat function on Community Board 4 meetings in the 2+ years that we have been having it virtually. So they do get incorporated into minutes. We certainly can incorporate these into the minutes, but it's also on the screen. Happy to say it out. Thanks for flagging to me, racialjustice@charter.nyc.gov.
No, but my question was, Harold Miller offered his personal email. He said you can write me personally. So
Mr. Miller, if you want to
yes,
announce your email, that would be very
yeah,
helpful.
it's H like Harold, the letter C like Christopher, Miller, MILLER @charter.nyc.gov. So that's my direct email. So it's hcmiller@charter.nyc.gov.
Thank you for that. Paul and then Christine.
Hi, Harold Miller, thanks so much. Just a quick question on the process. For ballot questions for Charter Commission review, are you part of the Charter Commission so that these will already be on, or do these have to be presented to the Charter Commission such that they would be approved to be on the ballot?
They were approved back in December by the Charter Commission.
So that's all right,
So
that
they're on
process
the
is
ballot.
done.
Yes,
Terrific, okay. Thank you for that clarification.
no problem. Thank you.
Harold, thank you so much. This is really very, very good. I wasn't clear whether your intentions were to improve racial equity inside the agencies or between the agencies and the public.
A good question. Both is the answer. It's the short answer. There's inequities that, obviously exist for agencies that have outward facing, work, and a lot of agencies do. But there's also a lot of inequities internally for many agencies in terms of, promotion, hires, job responsibilities, and so the intention is for to help on both fronts.
Thank you.
Sabrina?
Hi there. I'm not sure if you're able to respond my question, and even if it's appropriate, but I'm thinking about the ballot that or the law that it came into that immigrants who do not have permits are allowed to vote. And I'm thinking as a abstract question for equity. I don't know if you have anything that you can say in that, if that actually was approved or not, or what would be, because I see a lot of language in different languages and kind of having different resources for, outreach in every New Yorker in this equity proposal.
I'm not sure if I heard your question correctly, but the short answer is that those who are non-citizens won't be able to vote in this election. It will be in 2023.
Oh, okay.
So they won't be able to vote in this election anyway. Beyond that, don't really have much to comment, in the capacity I'm in. It's the law. It's and they won't unfortunately be able to vote in this particular election, but starting 2023 they will.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and Viren with the last question from our board.
Harold, yes, you came to Social and Racial Justice Task Force. Thank you for that, and thank you for this presentation as well. Very, very quick question. Any discussion within the Racial Justice Commission to kind of research into how the processes that have already been put in place for the last X number of years regarding community boards' role in shaping policy across the city of New York? Because very many things that relate to ULURP and large-scale projects, approvals and whatnot, a lot of those issues come in front of the community boards, including housing, affordable or low-income housing or whatever have you. Has there been any discussion, or is there a plan to sort of include some of these conversations in the processes of how Racial Justice Commission might inform moving forward?
That's a great question, and I know that was part of the discussion when the commissioners were deliberating these ballot measures last year. What I say is that I think it'll be up to whoever manages the Racial Equity Office and whoever leads the commission, if these ballot measures do pass, how much they will engage with local community boards. As put a personal pin on it, I will think it would be prudent for them to do so, but it's not explicitly written in language, that we're submitting to the Board of Elections on, they have to work with community boards. But I think a successful equity office or commission will be smart to include community boards in this process. Me, I'm a big believer in engaging with community boards. I've spoken to over 30 of them last year, including the committee in this one, because I believe is important. You have an ear to the ground on what's happening in your communities. You're deeply committed to what's going on in your communities, and you provide a sounding board of what how your neighbors are reacting to life in the city. So I think it would be smart if they did personally, but we didn't put specific language to require that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Viren. And Harold, thank you very much for this presentation. Really appreciate you being here tonight. You have my sympathies for speaking to 30 community boards. But obviously it's hugely important because, as I mentioned, voter education is incredibly important. So thank you again for joining us this evening. Really appreciate your time.
I appreciate the opportunity, and thank you for all listening, and would love for you to reach out to us and give us help us open more doors to educate more New Yorkers. Thank you again.
Absolutely. Have a great night. Thank you.
Take care.
Okay. Moving on to the next item on our agenda. We have, as I mentioned at the top of the meeting, there is a ULURP that has been certified in Community Board 4, and we have a formal part in the process of ULURP. Actually, sort of the first part of the process in which we take up the issue, hear it out at our various committees, and then provide an opinion to the City Planning Commission and our elected officials. Over the past number of months, the Hell's Kitchen Land Use Committee and the Housing Committee have discussed at length the issue of the MTA site at 54th Street and 9th Avenue. Tonight, Jean-Del Noland, our current chair of Hell's Kitchen Land Use, will be moderating a public hearing on the topic at the site. I just want to emphasize the fact that we have had no less than 3 public meetings already on this topic. There have been numerous large and small meetings on this topic as well. And so just want folks to know we've heard a lot from the community on it, and I'm gonna pass it over to our chair of Hell's Kitchen Land Use to take us through this process tonight, in which he'll take public speakers that have signed up through that portion of the meeting. JD?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just point of clarification, co-chair along with Paul Devlin.
Later, JD.
Sorry, jumped the gun. This is a proposed affordable housing site under the Western Rail Yard's points of agreement from 2009. It's on 54th and 9th Avenue, 806 9th Avenue, as Jeffrey said. And there is a letter before the board tonight. I think it's, Jesse, correct me, the first item. So this is a public hearing about that. I want to welcome speakers. I think we have about 9 or 10 speakers. Welcome to all of you. I'm going to call 3 at a time so you can kind of line up sort of, and please keep your remarks concise if you can. 2 minutes is usually the limit. So the first 3 speakers will be Kathleen Treat, Katie Savage, and Cynthia Stewart. So first of all, Kathleen, welcome. Kathleen, are you with us? Kathleen Treat, are you here, Kathleen? I guess
She's here.
not.
She's here. I need to get her over. She's still. Kathleen, you need to accept to be moved over. There we go. All right. All right. Kathleen, are you there?
Jesse, can we go to the next speaker, and then when Kathleen gets set up, we can go back to her?
Yeah, I think Katie, are you with us?
Yep, I'm here.
All right.
Katie Savage, welcome.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Katie Savage. I live in Hell's Kitchen. I have, spoken on a number of these committee meetings as well. But something that I actually just learned from the previous presentation is that it costs, you need an income of $80,000 to $90,000 to live with dignity in New York City. $80,000 to $90,000 is 100 to 110% AMI. So if we want to have middle income affordable housing, and $80,000 to $90,000 is the live with dignity salaries, then we really need to have these higher income bands. And I think this really helps to underscore what I've been saying, is that it's very difficult for middle income people who fall in middle income 100 to 165% AMI to live in New York City. We are rent poor and we do not have a lot of housing out for us. And again, we are not asking to not build supportive housing. We're just asking to build the middle income housing that was promised to us, along with a lot of other supportive housing and low income housing that was already built. So I'll just leave it at that. I think that was a very excellent bit of information, and I hope everyone kind of understands what that really means. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Katie. Kathleen Treat, are you back with us? Kathleen?
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yes. Welcome, Kathleen.
Thank you, JD. I wanted to thank the community board for hosting this evening, which is so important to our neighborhood. And I imagine it's been difficult. I agree with Katie, though. And I think there has to be more attention paid to middle-class New Yorkers' housing, much more attention. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathleen. Cynthia Stewart, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Welcome. Yeah.
Yay. Thank you very much. Thanks for the opportunity for letting me speak today. My name is Cynthia Stewart, and I'm the Chief Operating Officer of the Supportive Housing Network of New York. And we're a membership organization representing more than 200 nonprofits statewide that collectively run more than 55,000 units of supportive housing in New York State. So I'm just here to remind you of things that you already know, which is that supportive housing has a 30-year track record of success of helping the most vulnerable New Yorkers, those experiencing homelessness and challenges including mental illness, chronic health conditions, and lifelong trauma, live in dignity in the community. CB4 knows this personally because one of CB4's, hi Joe, one of CB4's board members is none other than Joe Restuccio, who runs more than a quarter of CB4's supportive residences. You already know that supportive housing works, that it reclaims lives in neighborhoods, that it forever changes the trajectory of the lives of New York's most vulnerable, and that nearly half the units in any residence are affordable to non-homeless folks. And you already know that with our homelessness and an affordable housing crisis, New York needs to create as much of this housing as quickly as it possibly can. Some of you came with me on a tour of Breaking Ground's Christopher residence, which rehabbed the old YMCA into 167 apartments for a mix of low-income and formerly homeless individuals, including 40 at-risk youth. And some of you toured buildings built by Hudson companies and Housing Works. Some of the older folks in the room will remember the game-changing impact that Housing Works had on the fight against AIDS back in the day, including creating the very first supportive residence for people living with AIDS. And I'm just really here to remind you what you already know, that supportive housing is terrific in general, and that this new construction building will be a stunner that creates both much needed supportive as well as affordable housing that will be run by stellar organizations, and that it will be a gorgeous new building for the block. Thanks so much for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you, Cynthia. The next three speakers, Eric Sawyer, William Thomas, and Salvatore Francino. Eric, are you with us? Eric Sawyer.
I don't believe Eric Sawyer is with us.
Okay, how about William Thomas? Are you with us, William?
Hello.
Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Beautiful. Hello, everyone. My name is Will Thomas. I'm the executive director of Open New York. We're an independent grassroots pro-housing organization, and I'm here to support the LERIO for the desperately needed affordable housing it will provide. I'd like to center my testimony on a few facts. Between 2010 and 2017, median rents increased by more than double median wages. Homelessness has reached the greatest level since the Great Depression. And I hope all of us can agree that moving on from a global pandemic, we'll need as much affordable housing as we can get. And the 112 below market homes that this project offers, I think, are an ideal place to start. But in addition, we fully support the deeply affordable element of the proposal that will cater to the formerly homeless. Hell's Kitchen has stellar access to the largest jobs hub in the Western Hemisphere. It's an ideal neighborhood for people to get back on their feet. I know there are members of the community board that feel burned that the city has not provided explicitly middle-income housing on this site. I hope you can understand that this is a great project that will serve a desperate need, and ask that we not cut off our nose to spite our face. But I'd also like to emphasize just the one reason the city can't provide both kinds of housing on this site is that the community board has historically insisted on severe height limits, which restrict how much can be built on any given site in the area. Open New York would be happy to discuss further with the community board about how we can make the Clinton Special District more flexible in future rezonings, so we can secure all kinds of housing the neighborhood needs. So thank you.
AD, you're on mute.
Sorry, thank you, William. Salvatore, are you with us?
Hello, this is Sal Franchino. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome, Salvatore.
Great. Thank you so much. I also wanted to speak out in support of the LERIO project. I understand that proposals for this site have gone back, as far as 2009, when originally it was promised that there would be upper middle income affordable housing at this site. But unfortunately, a lot has changed since 2009. Homelessness is much, much worse than it was back then. And it seems like over that time, the needs of New York City have changed, and that it would make a lot more sense that we would have housing, supportive housing that targets formerly homeless people, HIV/AIDS survivors, and overall, no one project is going to be perfect, but this is currently a vacant lot. It's surface parking, and I do think that homes for HIV survivors would be a much better use of this land than just letting it be. And I just hope that we can all rally around a really good project.
Salvatore, thank you so much for that. The next three speakers, Anchor, are you with us? Then Douglas, and then Christopher. Anchor, are you with us?
I am. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me, and thank you for the time tonight. I'm also here to speak in favor of the project that was just described. I am a longtime West Side New Yorker. I live just a few blocks north of the site now and have been a West Side Manhattan resident for about 12 years now. I am strongly in support of the proposal as it stands with the deeply affordable option. I appreciate that there is some concern about the need for middle income housing as well. And I do think that it's right that even folks who make $80, $90, or $100,000 in this city may not even be able to find housing independently. That's how bad our housing crisis is. But for as bad as it is for folks who, at those income levels, for folks who have even lower income levels, it's even harder. I think the previous speaker mentioned that the homelessness crisis has gotten much more severe in the last few years, especially because of COVID. And I think this project that has 112 deeply affordable homes, including 67 homes for the formerly homeless, is a great step to help relieve that problem. We all know that we need good housing available for folks, especially folks at the lowest end of the income spectrum. And this is a project that delivers on that. It's difficult to get a project off the ground. I think it's this project or the projects for this lot have taken years to develop. And I don't think we should be in a position to sort of vote it down or to try to make more changes. That only creates delays, and that makes it harder to get desperately needed homes out there. If there are options for more dense housing, so you could have middle income and the 112 lower income units that are already proposed, I think that would be wonderful. But if that's not something that can be done at the community board level, then I would just urge us to not stand in the way of 112 deeply affordable homes, which are desperately needed by folks. So thank you all for your time and the opportunity to testify tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Encore. I believe Douglas, hello, are you with us, Douglas?
I don't believe we have Douglas with us.
Okay, then let's move on to Christopher. Christopher, I'm sorry, I can't read your last name, Tanay.
Okay,
Christopher, are you with us?
Christopher Tanay. Hi, how are you? Hi, my name is Chris Tanay. This is actually my first community board meeting, so thank you for having me. I just want to say, first off, I really appreciate the civility of this conversation and the thoughtfulness of the other people who have spoken, so thank you for that. I'm a longtime resident of the neighborhood. have been living in the neighborhood for 19 years. First in a rent stabilized apartment on 49th Street. Now I live at the corner of 55th and 9th, so 1 block from this site. And I just want to say that I am extremely sympathetic to the comments about the need for middle income housing. But I mean, I have to say it was a light bulb moment for me a few minutes ago when Harold Miller laid out that the dignity line for living in New York City is $80,000 a year. Deeply affordable housing units are desperately needed in our city. And frankly, as a neighbor, I think we have a role to play in helping the city meet that need. And I am strongly in support of this project. As a gay man, I am particularly concerned for New Yorkers, fellow neighbors who are living with HIV and AIDS. I think, frankly, this project is a step in the right direction towards helping our neighbors live with dignity and live with our respect. I would finally say, I've had a look at the website for this project. I've seen the design. I think it's a really thoughtful design. I think it is respectful of the neighborhood. I think it's respectful of the fabric of the neighborhood. And I would strongly encourage my neighbors to vote for this project. Thank you.
Christopher, thank you so much. We have 2 more speakers, Aidan Fitzgerald and Richard Marins. Aidan, are you with us?
I don't believe I had it.
Yes.
Oh, you
That's
are.
me.
Great.
Aidan, welcome.
Hi. Hi, everyone. You can hear me?
Yes, we can, Aidan. Go ahead.
Great. Hi. So I'm a resident of Midtown West, and tonight I'd like to show my support for the Lirio development. I used to pass by this empty lot on 54th Street and 9th Avenue all the time, and I'm just glad that it's not going to be an empty lot anymore. But while I understand the importance of middle income housing, and I agree that it's super important that housing of all types be built, and I would rather it be developed than not at all. I believe that the city has an even greater need for deeply affordable housing, especially for people who don't have homes. And the reason for that is that, like, we've heard horror stories of homeless people starving, like freezing to death in subway cars. I really don't want that to happen anymore. And the best way to prevent that from happening is to get them into houses. And if anything, we should allow taller, denser buildings in the special Clinton district so that housing at all income levels can be built throughout the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Aidan. Last speaker, Richard Marin. Are you with us, Richard?
Yes.
Welcome, Richard.
I'm here representing the West 47th, 48th Street Block Association. Elka Piers, our president, was not able to attend. We've submitted a letter to the community board outlining our deep displeasure and deep unhappiness with Lirio. We, other community groups, other block associations have all chimed in, had meetings, and been discussing this for months. Most of the people who spoke here tonight did not. They've chosen to ignore the commitment that our government made to this neighborhood, and they've chosen to focus solely on the folks that they either advocate for, who are their clients, but not on the betterment and the proper stewardship of this neighborhood. Most of us in the Block Association and the groups around this neighborhood have been working here for a long, long time. And we don't want a neighborhood that is all poor and all rich. And this is our chance to do that. And it has been committed to us for a long time. The circumstances under which did not occur were treacherous. That our politicians threw out an agreement that had been made with this board. So on behalf of the Block Association, I just want to say that this neighborhood has the right to determine its future and cannot just be the tool of others. And that we have to take care of this community and project for its good and total future. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. If there are no other speakers, Mr. Chair, I declare this hearing over.
JD, we are going to go. There's a couple of folks who did raise their hand in order when I did so. So Anita is over here, and then Jesse's going to bring a couple more over, and we'll have Jesse call those out if that's okay with you.
We're going to right now. No. We need to call the meeting. We have to call the hearing at where it is right now. So I have Joan Novak as the last person.
Yeah.
That is going to be the last person.
Sorry, Jesse, I apologize for that. So
no
additional hands will be taken.
Okay. Go ahead, Anita.
Oh, thank you. I thought I was going to be eliminated. Today is Ash Wednesday. This isn't dirt on my forehead. I've lived in this neighborhood a good 40 years, and I remember hearing about this project many years ago, and I was so proud of the fact that we were going to be offering middle-income housing or low-income housing, low and middle-income housing for the neighborhood. Hell's Kitchen is a neighborhood created for the working people. And I think CB4 many years ago carefully crafted the design of this project for the neighborhood. We have learned through the pandemic that housing without sufficient support doesn't work. Each supportive housing has to be carefully considered. People do not come off the streets and go directly into homes. It takes at least 2 years for that to happen. Anyway, I just want to say that I feel violated with this project being changed, and I'm disgusted in many ways. I enjoy participating in the community, but when you take something away from me that was promised, it makes me not want to participate. And you're really discouraging so many of us who have worked and looked forward to a lovely project. And I just want to add, I do not like the design of the building. It's boring, it's dull. We have other projects in the city that are winning awards that are designed by Ramsay, Robert A.M. Stern. Why can't we get someone to design a beautiful building in this neighborhood? Why does our building have to look so generic? Anyway, I thank you all. I agree with the neighbors who have been in favor of the low and middle income housing, and you've all done a superb job. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anita. Jesse, who's next?
All right, I'm going to bring over our J.R. Reed, Joseph Parasi, and Mario Lorenzi.
Well, welcome. Whoever next. JR?
Okay, JR, you're declining to speak, so I can't allow. JR, do you want to speak?
I'm okay, thank you.
Okay, Anybody that does not want to speak, they can lower their hand at this point. That would be helpful.
That was nobody.
I'm bringing over Joseph and I'm bringing over Mario.
Joseph, welcome. Are you with us? If not, is Mario with us? Joseph and
Mario, are
Mario.
you with us? You have to unmute if you're.
I am now with you.
Great.
Welcome, Mario.
Hi, good evening. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Mario Lorenzi. I too am a longtime resident of Hell's Kitchen, having lived here for 17 years and having fallen in love with the diverse, inclusive character of the neighborhood so much that I decided to lay down roots and purchase in the neighborhood 13 years ago. So making a financial investment within my community in an effort to sustain my community. I would like to just voice my support for the project. I feel that the Lario offers much needed affordable housing for one of our most vulnerable populations, a population that already exists in Hell's Kitchen, a population that is already our neighborhoods. And one point I would like to underscore is affording stable housing for those who are living with HIV and AIDS is truly the first step to getting them to untransmittable and ultimately perhaps ending the scourge that we've lived with for so long. While I do understand the emotion behind what may have started as this project and where it currently is, I certainly do not think it's fair to qualify it as treacherous. And I think it would be short-sighted to truly not allow this to proceed and then look for other solutions elsewhere that could address the need of middle income housing. So again, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Mario. Jesse.
All right, I'm bringing over Eric Sawyer, Christopher Tepper, and Lisa Levis, and Joan Novak, and then we are done.
Thank you. Eric, welcome. Eric, are you with us?
He's coming over now.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was just brought over after you'd called my name. I'm here to speak in favor of the Lario project. I myself am a long-term survivor of AIDS. As all of you know, the Chelsea Hell's Kitchen area of Manhattan has more long-term survivors in it than any other area of the city. It's also the neighborhood with the most people living with AIDS in it, and supportive housing such as what would be provided by the Lario is essential, as the last speaker spoke, for long-term survivors as they age to be able to ensure that their health is maintained, that they remain undetectable and untransmissible. It is extremely difficult for people living with HIV as they get older and go off of some of the support mechanisms that professionals with HIV live on, such as private long-term disability policies, which when someone turns 65 evaporate, and they then have to rely on Medicare and Social Security for their health care and for their livelihood, which actually takes them out of financial ability to remain in apartments that they purchased years ago. And so this housing is not only something that people who are indigent and on the street need. I have a number of friends who have had to leave the city, who lived in the neighborhood, whose long-term disability expired, and they ended up having to sell their apartments and leave the city. So I'm voicing my strong support for this. And I hope you get in line behind this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Jesse, we have one more speaker.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I brought them all over.
Chris Tepper.
Yes, thank you, Chris. Go ahead.
Hi, everyone, and good evening. I'm here tonight to also speak in favor of the Lirio project. As one of the earlier speakers mentioned, this project is not only building much needed affordable housing and supportive housing, but really providing dignity to a whole community of tenants, the long-term survivors that the previous speaker was just mentioning. Many of these are men and women who were part of the original AIDS generation. I didn't introduce myself, but I'm the co-founder of the New York City AIDS Memorial Organization that's in a little bit south of CB4, but very much honors and celebrates the men and women, over 100,000 New Yorkers who died of AIDS, but just as importantly, men and women who were part of the original AIDS generation that stood up and acted up and were activists for the community. As other speakers have already mentioned, Community Board 4, Hell's Kitchen area is the siting of this project could not be more appropriate in the neighborhood where many of the seniors living with HIV could actually age in place within the community, within a community that has so many existing men and women living with HIV, and also where it's still a neighborhood that has one of the highest rates in the city of new contraction. The supportive housing and stable housing is the solution to ending homelessness, and it is a key and underutilized tool to ending the AIDS epidemic. If I understand that there are concerns in the community, and there should be across this neighborhood and others about more middle-income housing too, the appropriate response to that for the community board is not to fight this much needed and appropriate and dignified supportive housing for seniors living with HIV. It's to put in your resolution that you want more affordable housing for middle income families, and that this project could easily be 2 stories higher and in no way change the character of the neighborhood and add more units. And that is a very simple and straightforward project that doesn't pit one very, very needy community against another.
Thank you, Mr. Tepper. That's 2 minutes.
Thank you, Christopher. One last speaker, Jesse.
Yes. Joe Novak.
Welcome, Joan.
Well, thank you. Well, thank you, guys. I'm very happy to be here. It's the first time I've ever spoken at a community board meeting. It's a very sad situation because no one seems to be happy with any solution. And I can tell you, as someone who has lived and owned in Hell's Kitchen, I live on 47th Street for 36 years. I feel like it's almost a conflict between the neighborhood, because the neighborhood character is going to be changed so much by only having social services here, and the people who are speaking for it are basically people who are involved in the city projects. They're not people who are really living here and have been going to the community association meetings and the block association meetings, and they don't pick up the litter with Katie on Saturday. They're just people who are interested in this as a project. Well, as people who actually live here and talk to their neighbors and go to the stores which are closing because we need people to shop there. I mean, I think that really has to be considered, and that has totally been forgotten here. And that's all I have to say. I love living here, and thank you so much for being of service.
Thank you, John. Mr. Chair, I declare this hearing over. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So moved, or so accepted, I guess. And I thank everybody for participating this evening and sharing their thoughts on this. This is item 1 on the agenda. So the business portion of the meeting in which members of the board will take up letters, stay tuned. Moving on to our next public hearing this evening on the Chelsea Piers lease renewal, which is a part of Hudson River Park Trust Significant Action Process. Last month, our Waterfront Parks and Environment Committee had a meeting at which the Chelsea Piers lease renewal was presented. The committee had a discussion with the Hudson River Park Trust, as well as with Chelsea Piers ownership and representation on what was in the lease, what was out of it, and the letter that was presented to the public last Friday, and what the board will be voting on this evening is what this next hearing is about. The letter that the board has drafted to send to the Hudson River Park Trust and Chelsea Piers in response to the lease renewal. I'm going to pass this public hearing over to the co-chair of Waterfront Parks and Environment, Mr. Marty DeCat, to run this public hearing. Marty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have 27 speakers on the list. I want to start by saying, please keep it to 2 minutes. We will be timing you and cutting you off. Please, if the speaker before you said what you want to say, you have one sentence. I agree with the speaker that spoke before me, and then go to the next speaker. And that will help us move this along quickly. I am going to call the first 3 names, and after every speaker, I'll mention the 4th speaker or the 3rd speaker away. And your warning that you're going to speak will be Jesse's transferring you over, which you have to accept. Please remember. I hope that works smoothly. If it doesn't, we'll change it as we're going along. Is that okay with you, Jesse?
Yeah, that's fine. I think if Jeffrey, if you wouldn't mind, since you're doing such a good job of doing a little time check, you seem to have
time check, and
some good experience with it. So
I do. I think I'm gonna also reduce our time to 90 seconds on the speaker, given the volume of speakers. And I echo the good co-chair's sentiments to simply use one sentence if you agree with the previous speaker. So Marty, I pass it over back to you for the names.
I have reset my clock to 1 minute and 30 seconds. Is that 90? Oh,
yes,
well.
indeed.
And the first 3 speakers are Daniel Miller, Joel Lowy, and Cameron Schiller. And so
I'm sorry, Marty. I thought we were going to go with
you're correct. You're correct.
Robert Atterbury.
Robert Abernathy is first, and the 3 speakers I mentioned follow him.
Yeah. Robert, are you with us?
I am. Here I am.
Oh.
So, hi everyone. Robert Atterbury, newly with the Hudson River Park Trust. I think it's the first time I'm seeing many of you in this capacity, although obviously worked with you for a long time. I just wanted to say, the trust has obviously appreciated a long partnership and collaboration with CB4. We really appreciate your consideration of this. We are starting our significant action process. Obviously, we kicked it off with the hearing last month at the Parks and Waterfront Committee. I want to make sure everyone knows that we will be having our own public hearing for the trust on this on the significant action coming up on March 22nd. You can find all the information on our website. It's one of the first items on there on how to sign up and how to participate. It will be virtual. We've seen the draft letter, and I think we're trying to be proactive, because as part of our ongoing and regular significant engagement with you guys, so we actually sent over the lease documents and lease amendments from the original lease earlier this afternoon. I apologize for late hour. I had some technical difficulties getting over the files of size. They are several 100-page long documents. And we look forward to continuing our engagement and discussion with this. This is, we folks have until April 26th to actually submit written comments. The hearing's on March 22nd, and you have until the 26th to submit written comments. We look forward to continuing to talk to you. We're happy to come to another committee hearing or another place to continue the discussion. And with that, I will turn it back, hopefully under my 90 seconds.
Thank you. The next speaker is Dan Miller.
No, it's Tom Fox.
No, I put him at the end, but okay. Tom,
okay, I'm sorry. I thought we were putting Tom Fox.
Doesn't matter. Put him up.
Am I live?
Yep.
Can you hear me? Yes.
Yes. Welcome.
Good evening. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. My name is Tom Fox. I was the first president of the Hudson River Park Conservancy, a founding member of Friends of Hudson River Park, and I'm currently on the Hudson River Park Advisory Board. I want to voice my support for the letter CB4 is considering this evening in the hopes that we can claw back public space that was removed from the future park in 1996. I've reviewed the Chelsea Piers 1992 proposal, as well as the 1993 draft environmental impact statement, and both documents included an internal road they dubbed Hollywood Boulevard to support vehicular circulation, and mentioned an external road and 95 parking spaces in front of the pier sheds. Both documents state that a planned interim bicycle pedestrian path in front of the Chelsea Piers might require the removal of the 95 parking spaces, and recognize that a key element of the state DOT reconstruction plan for the roadway had a 19 to 36 foot wide bicycle and pedestrian path between the piers and the road. Out of public view, the state amended the Chelsea Piers initial 20-year lease to a 49-year lease, allowed Chelsea Piers to expand its roadways exponentially, and forced the reduction of the bicycle and pedestrian paths planned for the front of Chelsea Piers. I feel quite comfortable speaking for my deceased colleagues, Ross Graham, Ed Kirkland, Bob Trent Lyon, all of whom were outraged by this taking of public property when we were first informed the state would allow Chelsea Piers to expand its roadways. I strongly support CB4's effort to correct this transgression and enhance both bicycle and pedestrian safety in front of the piers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dan Miller.
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak. I am also in support of the CB4 letter. I serve as a Hudson River Park Advisory Council member representing Community Board 2, which I've been a member for 7+ years. And I'm the upcoming chair of the Advisory Council beginning April 1st. We've heard over and over again over the past 7 years of safety issues as a result of the thin bike path. It's not wide enough in other areas. As a matter of fact, CB1, 2, and 4 are asking for an expansion of the Greenway, even in the wider areas south of Chelsea Piers, taking a little piece of West Street. I had actually prepared a 2-minute version of this, but I really want to get down to the main purpose, which is safety. And all 3 community boards recognizing that safety is a major issue with speeding e-bikes that are pressed for time, making deliveries. And then when you get to an 8-foot wide area of the bike path, Greenway, up by Chelsea Piers, it becomes even more harrowing, adding in the bollards and everything else. I am a big supporter of Chelsea Piers. I'm a member of their fitness club, and I cycle there often, not as much in COVID. So I understand what they brought to the community and the amenities they bring. And as an early tenant of the park, their importance to it. But here we have an opportunity to correct a wrong, to make it right by what Tom said, creating pedestrian and bike safety. And I think now is the time to do it because there won't be another time. Thank you very much for allowing me the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much, Joel. The next speaker is Cameron Schiller, and the speaker after that will be Pamela Wolf. Cameron.
I don't know what happened to Cameron.
I'm here.
Okay,
hello, everyone. Thank you so much for your time this evening. I've been a West Side resident for 12 years now, and the Hudson River Park is very much my second home. I'm on it 7 days a week. I travel every single day, whether it's running down Hudson River Park about 6 miles, whether it's taking my nieces out to the park on the weekends, and also as a member of Chelsea Piers, where I run and cycle. I'm also traveling to Chelsea Piers, where I work out 6 days a week. Why I felt so passionate about wanting to come speak about this, and this is my first community board to be speaking to, was when I heard the improvements that would expand the running path around Chelsea Piers. And that's because as it currently stands, yes, Mr. Miller, you're right. There is congestion that happens, but that conflict that happens there would only grow. You know, I cross through that pedestrian walkway every single day. And there's a lot of conflict that happens because you have cars moving through there and you have people trying to get by. And I walk my nieces through there. And when I saw the improvements that Chelsea Piers wanted to make to expand the running path around Chelsea Piers, not only is that a situation that is more beneficial to everyone, but at the same time, it's actually extending what has already happened with Hudson River Park. It is extending, everything that has been built so that that area can function just as everything else does for runners in Hudson River Park by going around. So I thank everyone for their time this evening. And I really, really, really appreciate the opportunity to support the community for the first time and share as a runner my perspective.
Thank you. Am I still being heard?
Yes,
you are.
My screens have frozen up, but that'll do. I'll go right through it. The next speaker is Pam Wolf, and the one after that is Chris Polk. Pam, please.
Hi, everybody. I find myself the last remaining survivor of the original crowd that struggled to get that deal struck with Chelsea Piers back at the very, very beginning of all of this. I'm missing Bob Trentline and Ed Kirkland right now very much. I think I'm not worthy of speaking with their voices, but I know that they would want to see that this is accomplished, and I approve of the letter heartily. I just want to say that everything that Tom Fox had to say, I say it in spades. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pam. Next speaker is Chris Polk, and the one after that is Lisa Levis. Chris, if you will.
Hi. Hi, sorry.
Sorry,
I'm actually
my
here
bad.
representing for my husband. I am honored to speak with you tonight about Chelsea Piers, which is a place that is very near and dear to our hearts. I agree with Cameron that I was quite excited about seeing some of the enhancements that was going to be made on the Chelsea Piers side, closer to the water. I can tell you as a community member for many, many years, I think we're close up on 15 now, that prior to our life as parents, we leveraged that facility for fitness. We run and bike on that path nearly every day. We attend weddings there. And then after we had our children, we were fortunate enough to be able to be accepted into the childcare program, which leverages all of the facilities as well as the lawn on the back end, those bike paths, et cetera. Our kids attend camp there, birthday parties there, and not only have they met some of their best friends, but we have met some of ours. I think I can speak firsthand that Chelsea Piers is the hub of the Chelsea community. It makes New York feel a little smaller, a little friendlier. And we are fully supportive of Chelsea Piers renewing their lease, of course, and any of the enhancements that they make, we think that would bring that community even tighter and allow for even more joy to be had there.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Lisa Levis and Matthew Berman after that.
Can we jump to Joe Lowy, just because I don't believe Lisa's here and
oh, I'm here, but I can wait also.
Oh, okay. I apologize, Lisa. Go ahead then.
No
I'm
worries.
sorry.
Mostly I want to second what Nicole just said. I'm a fellow parent in the community, and my children have gone to Chelsea Piers daycare and the facilities, and we're just so grateful for how safe of a community it has made for us as a small family. And everything else that she said, I second, just to keep it brief. So that's it.
Thank you for that. Very much appreciated. And you wanted to go to Joe Lowy?
Yes, for now.
Hi, thank you so much. So yes, my name is Joel Lowy. I am an assistant principal at the New York City Museum School, which is on West 17th. And I'm also a member of the Chelsea Piers Fitness Center and a runner myself. And when I learned of the proposed improvements to the public access along the water, I was really excited for several reasons. I also coach my school's co-ed running club, and I make frequent use of the pathway along the river for running, walking, coaching, etc. And like everybody has said, I've noticed how congested, uncomfortable, even unsafe it is when you have to run along the cobblestone road along 11th Avenue there on that side of the complex. You know, it's narrow, there's limited room for any expansion there, and it requires constant vigilance for the cars coming in and out of the parking lots, etc. when they intersect at Pier 62, the runners and the bikers intersect, and that creates serious confusion and concerns for safety, whereas running along the water is so much more pleasurable, but access to that pathway is unclear to so many people, especially where they would need to enter at Pier 57, and it's still subject to congestion in certain areas. So I would be overjoyed to be able to bring my students and myself, of course, to a more easily accessible pathway that's wider along the water, where we could run without risk to our safety and the safety of the bikers who are entitled to their own lane as well. That's safe and unencumbered. So again, I'm speaking out in favor of this as well. I think it would really improve the entire look and feel and safety of the entire area for all of our residents in that neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Joel. If you will put up Matthew Berman, who is next, and then Chris Pollock.
Matthew, you with us?
Let's go to Chris Pollock, and Matt Berman is after him. And if, oh, I have his name twice. Lisa Levis.
Lisa Levis just spoke, I believe.
We'll speak after Chris.
Chris, you with us?
Sorry, Matt is here though. Sorry,
Okay, great.
I was on mute. Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. Like Lisa, who just spoke, my children attend Chelsea Piers. I am fully in support of Lisa and the previous speaker to her. The proposed changes that Chelsea Piers has made would be very beneficial for our family. And we've lived in the neighborhood for 16 years. It would absolutely be better. I'll keep it brief. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that very much. I appreciate your being conscious of time. Chris is next. And after Chris will be Lisa Levis. Lisa.
Hi, I actually already spoke on behalf of
Chris already spoke.
Yeah.
Marty.
Chris spoke.
But thank you.
I think Kathy, tell me if I'm wrong, but Kathy, have you spoken?
I have not.
There we go.
Happy to speak.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just quickly, background, I'm a 20-year resident, over 20 years in Chelsea, 24th and 9th, very close to the piers. Before even Hudson River Park had kind of come in and made the significant improvements they had. Both of my children went to Chelsea Piers daycare and preschool, and my son has been a hockey player there for since he was 5. He's 18 now. We cross that pathway quite frequently. We go in and out of Chelsea Piers. We spend our personal time there. I won't, a lot of people have talked about the importance. I just want to emphasize that the improvements that Chelsea Piers is looking to make on the access on the the front side of the piers and integrating it into the park are fully supported. This is a huge anchor in our community, and making it even more accessible is really important. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I have Craig Cohen, and after that person, Jeremy Agasari.
I have Jeremy. I don't believe I have Mr. Cohen. So we can go ahead with Jeremy.
Please. You've got a minute and a half.
Great. I just want to say that I've been attending Chelsea Piers Fitness for 13 years now. For me, it's a staple to my day. It's actually my favorite place in New York. And beyond the amenities, for me, it's really the community there. I'm all for all the improvements they're trying to make and everything they've already done. And so for me, I'd be absolutely distraught if they weren't able to achieve all their goals, renewing and updating their facilities. Thank you.
Thank you for your awareness of time. I appreciate that very much. Kevin Cossey, I have you next, and then after that, Kathy Martin. Kevin,
Hello,
are you in?
Hello, everyone. My name is Kevin Cossey. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I was born in New York, and I am a lifelong New Yorker and live on West 19th Street. I was a CB4 board member for several years, serving as board vice chair, chairing Business License and Permits Committee, and also a member of the Waterfront and Parks Committee. I'm a runner and rollerblader that frequently runs blades past Chelsea Piers, so I'm very familiar with the intricacies of the pedestrian and traffic flows there. The distillation of the issue at hand is that the Waterfront Committee is sticking by requiring Chelsea Piers to remove a lane of traffic on the service road to widen the sidewalk. And Chelsea Piers is saying they can't remove any lanes of traffic for some valid traffic reasons. Chelsea Piers had a traffic consultant do a detailed study that came to the same conclusion, that removing a lane of traffic on the service road to widen the sidewalk won't work. On the other hand, the Waterfront Committee is making decisions not based on any traffic study. Chelsea Piers' solution is to improve access to the waterfront walkway that runs through the piers by the waterfront and to remove impediments on the sidewalk. I much prefer a more accessible and improved waterfront walkway over the widening of the sidewalk next to the noisy and smelly highway. The main reason I prefer to run along the waterfront walkway is that I do not have to stop at all the blind traffic entrances to the piers and deal with people in the crosswalks, making that route unsafe, no matter if the sidewalk is widened. My fear is that if the lease is not extended at this time, the nice improvements to the waterfront walkway will most probably not happen, at least in the next 25 to 30 years, leaving the local residents stuck with the current less than ideal and unsafe situation. Please don't vote to send the letter against Chelsea Piers lease, update and renewal. Rather, send it back to committee as it is not in the best interest.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments. Kathy Martin and then Cameron Schiller.
I already spoke. This
Yeah,
is
Kathy Martin has already spoken.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There's some duplication of the list.
I'm just following this list down.
No, I know, Marty. I know. I think there's a duplication.
I see that. Cameron? And then
Yes, I've already spoken earlier.
You spoke earlier.
Yes.
There's Malik should be available to speak.
Please.
Yep, I can speak. Hello, everyone. Can you see me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm Malik Garvin. I'm the director of Ice Hockey in Harlem, nonprofit based in Harlem. Fully support the renewal of Chelsea Piers' lease and all the renovations. We send our kids to summer camp down there to play spring hockey down there. It's a great facility. I know a lot of people talk about living in the neighborhood, but what they do for New Yorkers outside the neighborhood goes a long way. Not just for those kids, for all kinds of kids. I went down to Chelsea Piers and started playing hockey when I was 5 years old. Ended up playing in college. It's a great facility. It's can be a lifelong facility for people, and I support any and everything related to it. And I like the initiative that they've taken towards sustainability and to continuously improve. And it's really for the better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. David Warren is next, and then Lisa Giovanninelli. David.
Hi. Good evening. Thank you for this opportunity. First of all, yes, the Chelsea Fitness Center is great. I was a member. I loved it. One major problem. I'm a member of the community. I'm a civil servant, middle class. I couldn't afford to stay there. I make approximately about 80 grand a year. So anyone who's middle class, I'm assuming anyone under making 125, can't afford to be a member of the fitness. So we in the community are paying a huge middle class people and lower middle class people paying huge.
David, I'm sorry. You are a member of the board that's voting on this letter.
Okay, so I just want to say I support the letter.
No. You can't do that. I mean, unless you're voting P&E on this letter, you can't be speaking in front of the board. I'm sorry to be. I mean.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize that. My error. My mistake.
As a board member, in front of your own board, making a recommendation. So.
Oh, okay. So then my error. I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
I learn something new every day. So thank you for that correction.
Thank you.
I take it that David is going to speak with the board when it's his turn, and that we'll have Lisa speak now.
Hi, and thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. My name is Lisa Giovanelli, and I'm with BioHightech, where we offer an alternative approach to prevention that can make the management of food waste easier for businesses, minimizing the negative impacts on people and on the environment. I'm speaking to share the environmental efforts of Chelsea Piers, and I'm in support of their renewal. Each year, New York City sends 4 million tons of waste to landfill. A third of that is food waste, which, due to the limited capacity of viable anaerobic digestion and composting options, still goes to landfill. In 2016, New York City established a commercial organics law for businesses to separate food scraps from their regular garbage and provided a list of acceptable methods for managing and reducing food waste. On-site aerobic digesters were an approved solution until this past summer, August of 2021. Chelsea Piers, now grandfathered into those regulations, was an early adopter of on-site aerobic digesters as far back as 2008, long before the regulations were in place, because it was the smart, efficient, and environmentally successful way to manage their waste. Since 2016, Chelsea Piers has diverted 129,000 pounds of food waste from landfill. The digester uses a minimum amount of water to carry the effluent to reduce the volume impact on the sewage system. And there is a life cycle assessment of the technology where the impact is compared to composting and landfilling.
I have to cut you off from that very interesting statement. We will be talking about the collection of organics later tonight. And it's nice to know that Chelsea Piers has a on-site digester.
Thank
I
you.
don't think I knew. Consieta Lacasio and then Joseph Peresi.
I don't believe either Concetta or Joseph are with us. I believe Connie is with us.
Let's go, Connie. Connie?
Connie, are you with us?
Robert Kaplan is
Do
after.
you hear me now? Oh, do you hear me
We do
now?
hear you now. Go ahead.
Now.
Okay. I'm supporting the Chelsea Pier. I'm with the Dream Big Foundation. I'm the president. We are a nonprofit, and without Chelsea Pier, I do not believe we'd be able to do the great project we do every year. We feed 8,000 families in shelters, and we do that at Thanksgiving using the pier facilities. We over the years, we've probably fed about 135,000 shelters. So, as I said, without them, I don't know what we would do. They're wonderful and very cooperative, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I have two more speakers on this list, Robert Kaplan and Melody Bryant.
Melody Bryant is here. I don't believe Robert Kaplan is here.
Let's go with Melody.
Hi, I take it I'm audible?
You are.
Okay, so I'm speaking in favor of the letter from CB4. I think that it's a bit of a land grab by Chelsea Piers to take 3 full lanes, which mostly I've seen is parking, parking, parking. It's not responsible ecologically, and it doesn't respond to the needs of the community, which are a wider bike lane and a place for people to walk. It's no wonder that joggers end up walking in the bike lane, because I've seen that they have a little path with 5 truck bays and driveways, and then entrances to private enterprises there. So I would really support the letter. And I also want to add one more thing that isn't in the letter. There's too much parking. They have, I think, 350 parking places in that place. That is not necessary. It is not ecologically responsible. Global warming is here. Congestion pricing is coming. Thank you very much.
I believe the 350 parking places are mentioned in the letter, I'm happy to say. And unless there are other people with their hands up.
I'll just say, I think we should, just because David Trisky did sign up from the Chelsea Piers, and he was the first person to sign up, and he just wasn't there when we first started this, that he is here to speak, so, and has his hand raised. But I think after that, we should call the meeting, call the hearing.
Agree.
Thank you. Should I speak? Should I
Yes,
begin?
please. Yes, please. Welcome.
Okay. My name is David Tewksbury. I'm with Chelsea Piers. I'm one of the people who built the place 28 years ago. We asked HRPT for a longer-term lease to secure Chelsea Piers as a resource for future generations of New Yorkers, and to help us deal with the significant capital needs of maintaining waterfront piers, piles, and the additional long-term debt we incurred in order to survive COVID. This is a good situation. HRPT will secure over $800 million in rent and pilot payments, and Chelsea Piers has the obligation to maintain the piers and the piles throughout the lease term. The community, including the pedestrians and joggers, will enjoy a dramatically improved, much more accessible and continuous waterfront path along the Hudson River between 17th and 23rd Streets. If you want to truly understand what is proposed, please log on to chelseapiers.com. We put up all the information regarding the public access improvements, and a picture is worth 1,000 words. If you haven't seen them, you don't understand. We're really at a fork in the road in terms of the future of Chelsea Piers. With the lease extension, we'll have the capital resources to make substantial upgrades to our southern and northern Hudson River Park connections and the walkway along the waterfront, as well as properly fund the pile and pier repairs over the years in excellent condition. We're eager and excited to do this. Without the lease extension, we will not have the resources for these improvements, and we will have to reallocate available capital to pay off our long-term debt, including debt incurred to survive COVID. The lease is not perfect from anyone's point of view, but we should not allow perfect to be the enemy of the good. We implore you not to approve the lease objection letter in its current form. An improved waterfront walkway is much better and safer path for pedestrian and runners than a service road adjacent to a six lanes of traffic on the highway. We ask you to study the Chelsea Piers access and traffic report that we have provided to Community Board 4 and better understand the realities of the situation before you go on record opposing a much needed and we believe deserved lease extension. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. Appreciate your comments. Anybody else? Jesse?
We're gonna
call a hearing.
Yep.
I get to utter the words. I declare the hearing closed.
You do, Mr. DeCat. Thank you for that.
Thank you, sir.
And appreciate that and everybody being here tonight. So that is our final public hearing of the evening, but not the final moment we will hear from the public. At this point in time, I'm pleased to pass it over to our esteemed first vice chair, Jessica Chait, who will chair the public session. This is where the floor is open, where the topics are a roll of the dice and anybody can speak on a topic of their choosing. So Jessica, I pass it over to you.
Great, thank you so much and good evening, everyone. We do have quite a few people who have signed up, so we'll ask that everyone limit themselves to the 2 minutes and we'll have a timer going. We'll start with Matthew Lee, followed by Anna Koskal.
We do not have Matthew Lee.
Following Anna will be Stephen Williams, and then Pamela Wolf.
Anna's coming over now.
Hi.
Hi, Anna, go ahead. Your 2 minutes begins now.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Anna Todd with Hudson River Park's River Project, which is the Science Research and Education Department. And I just wanted to highlight some of our spring programming and resources. I know many of you are very familiar with the park, but you may not know that on a typical year, we're educating over 30,000 people, including 6,000 New York City students through our free and low-cost environmental education programming. So we're serving schools from all 5 boroughs, from grades K through 12 to college students, and we waive program fees for Title I schools and groups who demonstrate need. And last year we waived 60% of our field trip program fees. So tonight I wanted to share that our virtual field trip programs are available for booking for all grade levels. Our field trips cover many different themes around the Hudson River Estuary, from fish ecology to sustainability and environmental justice. So you can find the spring programming details and booking information on our website. And I can definitely put the link in the chat if that's appropriate to do so. I guess there's no chat.
We don't have a chat, but happy to, if you want to send that to the office, we'll be happy to include it in future newsletters.
And I just also wanted to mention that teachers who sign up for programs get free digital resources like experiments and lessons and data sets and crafts to supplement programs. And many of them are multilingual and available on our website. And then another great opportunity for teachers and school administrators, we're having our virtual open house. We're very excited to announce on Tuesday, March 22nd at 4:30 p.m. via Zoom. So that's our virtual open house. If you know of any schools or teachers who may be interested in learning more about what we have to offer, there is a registration link as well. And also you can reach out to us for that. And this is really intended for new classrooms to come to the park and for us to share programs and resources. And then lastly, I'll just also announce that we have released our compost tracker that showcases the organic food waste collected at the park's 10 drop-off locations. So park users, students, compost enthusiasts.
Anna, that's 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming. We should have Stephen Williams followed by Pamela Wolf.
Hi, folks. My name is Stephen Williams. I am the outreach coordinator for the Accessible Dispatch Program. This is a program that connects the community to wheelchair accessible taxis all throughout the 5 boroughs. This is a great program for those people who are disabled and for seniors, but anyone can actually use the program. These cabs are available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. No enrollment is necessary. Everyone is eligible. You pay the same exact fare as a regular taxi. And the great thing about this is that the drivers are all trained in wheelchair securement. So your loved ones will be safely secure inside of the vehicle using the proper restrainment constraints to make sure people are safe while the car is in motion. And like I said, you pay the same fare as a regular taxi cab, even though you get a larger cab and someone who's trained to assist people in and out of the vehicle. You can access trips through our website. You can download our mobile app, Accessible Dispatch NYC, or you can call our 24-hour mobile call center, which is available 24 hours a day. And I'll be glad to basically email this information and the brochure to your district manager tomorrow morning. So thank you so much for allowing me to be on this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Stephen. Next, we have Pamela Wolf, followed by Katie Savage.
First, I want to say Stephen Williams' program is excellent. I have had opportunity to make use of it. Jesse, before you start the clock on me or anybody, I have a statement to make that has to do with the letter to the governor from.
Which?
Sorry, Stephen, can you mute yourself? Sorry, we're hearing Stephen's background noise.
Yeah, that was baffling. So my statement has to do with the letter out of exec to Governor Hochul. Do you want me to make this statement now, or do you want me to wait until that part of the evening?
No, you make the statement now, Pam. This is the public session.
Okay, so now you can start the clock on me.
Okay.
Okay, hello
Go
again,
ahead.
everybody. Thank you. I am Pamela Wolf. I am speaking tonight as president of Save Chelsea. Tonight, the board will be voting on a letter effectively encouraging Governor Hochul to eliminate the current floor area ratio cap of 12 on residential development. Only luxury apartments are now privately developed in Chelsea because they yield the highest profits. Lifting the cap will make luxury developments more lucrative and inevitable by elevating the penthouses that are their true profit centers. More of Chelsea's historic buildings will be torn down for larger replacements. It is not surprising that Rebney eagerly supports eliminating the cap. It could well have been their idea to begin with. The real estate industry certainly sees removal of the state cap as a prelude to local upzoning. Even if every new apartment building in Chelsea fully participated in mandatory inclusionary housing, our median housing costs would skyrocket. We would be that much closer to a community that was 70% of the super rich and 30% for the rest of us. What may be gained in so-called affordable units through MIH is more than wiped out by the resulting gentrification's upward pressure on existing housing costs. Tonight's letter originated in this month's executive committee meeting. I watched that recording of that meeting, and I don't believe that this letter accurately reflects the sense of what the committee agreed upon. It was not to have explicitly referenced the cap. Even if mention of the cap were removed, the letter's advocacy of home rule is just a euphemism for it. Last week, Community Board 5's Land Use Committee voted 12-1 to deny lifting the cap, and for good reasons, equally applicable to our district.
Pam, that's 2 minutes.
Our land use committees should have had the opportunity to discuss. Save Chelsea asks that the board vote against this letter. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Katie Savage, followed by Leslie Thrope. Katie, are you with us?
I'm putting on my Hell's Kitchen Litter Legion hat now.
Great.
So
2 minutes. Go for it.
So we have a cleanup on Sunday, March 6th from 1 to 3 p.m. This is in partnership with the Department of Sanitation. They will be providing all the supplies and tools, and we'll also have a table with various flyers for, recycling information, new decals for your trash receptacles and recycling receptacles if you need that. We'll be meeting on the southwest corner of 49th Street and 10th Avenue by the DEP site. You can sign up to join us at litterlegion.com. We have also invited a bunch of our local elected officials, including Eric Botcher, Gail Brewer, Mark Levine, Linda Rosenthal, and Brad Hoyleman. You're still waiting for confirm, but I'm pretty sure Mark Levine will be there and Linda Rosenthal. So it's a great opportunity for us to, let our elected officials see the situation on the street and how important sanitation services are, and to make sure that they are adequately funded and adequately staffed as we go into the next budget negotiations. Thank you.
Thank you. Leslie?
Hi, everybody. Thank you. I should be off mute now. Hi, my name is Leslie Thrope, and I'm the Executive Director at Housing Conservation Coordinators. And HCC is a 50-year-old community-based not-for-profit anchored in Hell's Kitchen, and our programs include legal services to the poor and low-income tenants, advocacy and organizing services to individual tenants and tenant association, and weatherization services in low-income and NYCHA buildings. We heard much earlier about housing justice issues in our neighborhood tonight and the need for true, affordable, and permanent housing. Working with HCC organizers in the West Side Neighborhood Alliance is how you and your neighbors can get involved and help us shape state and local legislation. Bills presently before the state to address these issues need your support, so join us in our organizing efforts. Next Wednesday, March 9th, join us on a free bus to Albany. Help us lobby state electeds to expand and make true affordable housing a reality throughout New York. On March 15th, we have a monthly meeting that will happen for those living in affordable units who want to learn more about their rights. HCC also educates tenants on legal issues and your legal rights as tenants. Join us on March 29th. We will be holding a Know Your Rights session on Zoom, co-sponsored by CB4, as well as Councilman Botcher's office, and come and learn from lawyers and organizers about your rights at this precarious time as the eviction moratorium ended. Earlier in the day, our older adult team will hold a session on scams and identity theft. So I have this little cheat sheet here. Call us, email us, HCC, call us and email us to get more information about these events and how you can get involved in this important fight for affordable housing. Thank you, and I look forward to hearing from all of you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Rob Robinson.
Sorry, I'm bringing him over now.
Thank you.
Rob, you with us?
I'm with you. Hey, everyone. Yeah, I want to talk about the Chelsea Piers lease renewal. I'm definitely in favor for it. I'm a 25-year resident of Chelsea, a New York City resident. I live on 21st and 10th. I think safety is paramount, but Chelsea Piers is like our central park of the West Side. It's about fitness, wellness, and community, and I believe we can resolve the safety issues while maintaining Chelsea Piers. Thank you, everyone. Have a good night.
Thank you, Ron. My understanding is that this is the end of our public session. So thank you all so much. And we look forward to seeing you next month. Please sign up in advance if you are interested in speaking. Back to you, Jeffrey.
Thank you, Jessica. All right. With that, I will call for an adoption of the agenda.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Yes.
Second.
Any objections? The agenda is adopted. On to the minutes. Any questions or amendments to the February minutes? Thank you to our co-secretaries on those. I'll call for an adoption of the minutes, please.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you.
Second.
Any objections? Thanks, the minutes are adopted. I'm now going to call on our Manhattan Borough President, Mr. Mark Levine, who is here for an update from the Borough President this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, CB4. This is such a well-run board. I am really impressed with the caliber of the discussion, the respectfulness, the thoughtfulness. You did 3 hearings on very complicated topics tonight. I caught a little bit of it, and just so well managed. Thank you, CB4. I am excited for the Sunday Litter event as well, so maybe I'll see a bunch of you out there. I have been, as all of us are, focused on the horrible catastrophe in Ukraine, which New York City very much has a stake in. First, because we have such a large Ukrainian community here and in Manhattan, but also because so many of the oligarchs who are in Vladimir Putin's inner circle have used Manhattan as one of their favored locations as a safe haven for their assets, especially by buying ultra high-end real estate, apartments and homes that can go for 25, 50, 80, 90 million dollars. And I have called for that to end. I've called for the federal government to add those oligarchs who are close to Putin to the sanction list, which would then mean that their properties would be seized, to put pressure on the regime, to send a message to the world that there are consequences for this immoral war being conducted against the people of Ukraine. We are getting a lot of traction and support from all quarters, and I'm going to continue to fight for this because it's consistent with the values of this city. On a much more local level, I've been very active on one strategy for improving subway safety, which is installation of subway screen doors that are in use around the world that protect against people falling onto the tracks, being pushed onto the tracks, dropping their cell phone. Also, unfortunately, we have very high rate of suicide and trespassing. All of that is protected against with these screen doors. If you've been to a subway system in Europe or Asia or South America, you've probably seen it. If you've been to JFK Airport and ridden the air train, you've seen it. This is not a new technology. I'm very gratified that the MTA has announced a pilot to install 3 of these after a lot of tough advocacy, including by your wonderful local council member, Eric Botcher, who's been part of a coalition. They only announced 3 stations for now. I'd like to see them do much more. They are Times Square. I don't think any of them are in CB4, but Times Square, the number 7 train platform. And you don't cover that, do you? Not quite. And on the L train, the 3rd Avenue, and then 1 in Queens. The MTA has identified many stations around the system that, even by their conservative reckoning, are suitable for this technology today. And there are 1 or more in CB4, which I'm blanking on. Tricia Shimamura, who's here with us, may chime in and help me out. But I would love your engagement in this. I'd love your analysis of where such technology could and should be installed in CB4, and your advocacy for this work to continue to happen much more quickly than the MTA is currently planning. This has been a week of COVID news with the lifting of the mask mandate in schools effective Monday, the end of the vaccine screening in restaurants and museums and movie theaters, gyms and other private indoor businesses, also effective Monday, barring unforeseen events. I really celebrate the progress we've made against COVID in the past 6 weeks down from the horrible highs of Omicron. I think we have prospect for a really great reawakening this spring. But I'm also cognizant of the fact that we're still seeing 700 or so cases a day. There's a real strong prospect of another wave, another variant. And so we want to temper our celebration of progress with continued caution and remembering there are people who are immunocompromised in our communities. There are kids under 5 who cannot be vaccinated yet. And so for their sake, we do still need to adhere to vax mandates, which remain in place in mass transit and other settings like homeless shelters, hospitals, nursing homes, correctional facilities, et cetera. We want to ensure that high quality masks are widely available in schools as we remove the mandate and make sure no children are ostracized for wearing those masks, something that I'm very worried about. We want to do better on vaccination. Less than half of the adults in New York City have gotten their booster shot. Even after the Omicron wave, when you think the case would be a slam dunk, still there are 3 million people in New York City who got their initial vaccine series but haven't gotten their booster shot yet. So we have much more work to do, and I hope that CB4 continues to be a voice of reason on this, tempering an adequate balance of celebration of progress with caution for the road ahead. Finally, I want to mention our initiative on trees. Joined with my 5 fellow borough presidents to announce our push to plant 1 million more trees in New York City as a environmental measure. They absorb CO2, so they're good for battling climate change. As a resiliency measure, they absorb storm runoff and heavy rain events and flooding. They cool neighborhoods in times of extreme heat. This is also an equity issue because lower income communities and communities of color have fewer trees. This has now been documented. So our push for 1 million trees will cover street trees, filling empty tree pits, creating new tree pits. It will entail planting in parks, in natural areas, and in more creative places like rooftops, NYCHA campuses, maybe even MTA properties, private property too. I would love CB4's engagement on this to the extent you feel it should be a priority, with thinking now about where there is potential for more trees, particularly street trees, cataloging empty tree pits, identifying park areas that need or could take more trees. This will be a multi-year effort. We're still building support, but the early progress has really been significant. It turns out that on the A and C, I do have an update from Tricia, on the AC line at 14th Street, 23rd Street, and 50th Street, the MTA has already assessed that those platforms are suitable for screen doors. That's a big deal. They're not saying we need any technological innovations, et cetera. So as you're thinking about the future of your subway stops, I want you to bear that in mind and perhaps advocate for it, because I think it would be a welcome improvement. Finally, we have big news on community board applications. For anyone you know who missed the deadline, and who hit midnight last night, good news, we have a 2-week extension through to March 15th. So your chance to try one more time to spread the word to emerging leaders or yourselves if you didn't reapply. We want you, of course. So again, 2 more weeks to get your application in for the community board. We're going through to March 15th. So that's it for me. I can't remember if you do Q&A.
Mr. Levine, I mean, Christine, I see your hand and I see a number of hands, but folks, it's 8:30. We have our council member with us and 3 more elected official updates, and 19 items are on our agenda. So, Mr. Levine, if you'll indulge us tonight, we're going to pass on Q&A.
No problem. Folks can email me or text me, or my team, Tricia Shimamura is here, we will respond to you. And of course, I'll be back in future months. Thank you,
Great.
Mr. Chair, and thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much. Thanks for coming. We're going to go to the city council now. And I believe we have our good council member, Mr. Botcher, here.
Hi, Jeffrey. Hi, everybody. It's great to see you. It was January 5th, I believe, when hey, Mark, I see you waving. That was my last turn to speak at CB4. That was my second day on the job. A lot's happened the last 2 months, but I'll be very brief today. I've been appointed to 7 committees: mental health, sanitation, civil service and labor, zoning, public safety, consumer affairs, and I think that's it. The great thing about these committees is that they all intersect with Community Board 4's priorities. And I've been especially active on a few of these issues. Sanitation, a lot of you may have seen the work we've been doing on sanitation. To me, it's one of the most important issues facing our city. It's something that we get the most calls about, hands down, from residents. I've never seen the streets this dirty in my 20 years in New York. And I met with Commissioner Grayson, did a number of walkthroughs with sanitation, did one on 51st between 8th and 9th, where we saw some issues. I wrote a letter to Mayor Adams and Commissioner Grayson, co-signed by my elected officials on the West Side, including Borough President Levine, and we asked for a restoration of funding of sanitation funding to pre-pandemic levels. For example, street corner basket service was cut from over 700 routes a week to over 200 routes a week. It was restored last June to over 400 a week, 400 routes a week. So we asked in our letter that it be restored to pre-pandemic levels. Our neighborhood, our district, lots of tourists, lots of office workers, overflowing waste baskets, hurting small businesses, driving people out of the city. Very important that it's addressed. I asked for street cleaning, sweeping to be restored from 1 day a week to 2 day a week. And I also asked for a restoration of the curbside compost program that was suspended during COVID, and it's been being restored district by district. The mayor's preliminary budget further cut sanitation. They didn't increase, further cut it. Suspended the curbside compost program, froze it, no more expansions, even though the commissioner told me we were going to get it next here in Community Board 4, Manhattan Plaza, Penn South, thousands and thousands of apartments. So I'm speaking at a rally tomorrow. Campaigns being launched. This is my top priority in the upcoming budget, is getting that sanitation money, because it's more than just aesthetics. People are in decision-making mode about New York right now. Are we going to stay? Or are we going to go? Are we going to move our business there or not? Should we visit? Should we not? We have to put our best foot forward as a city. There's environmental justice involved. So many reasons why we can't further cut sanitation. It's a basic function of city government. You'll be hearing more from me about that. I believe there's a letter on your agenda tonight about that. Thank you for that. Mental health, big priority of mine. You've heard me speak about it before. I wrote a op-ed that the Daily News published after the murder of Michelle Go in my district in Times Square subway station, where I called for a number of things, 8 things we should do on mental health. Reverse the closure of psychiatric beds. We've been closing psychiatric beds year over year. Expand the Fountain House model, clubhouses for people with serious mental illness, to integrate them into society, and other recommendations. As a member of the Mental Health Committee with Chair Linda Lee, we're going to be looking at what we can do here in the city, but also really pressuring our city and our state and federal partners to do more, because we've been failing on mental health. In our first committee meeting last Friday, I questioned the top city officials from the Department of Health and the mayor's office on mental health on the revolving door emergency room revolving door with people getting taken to the emergency room. I'll send you the clip. I'm not satisfied with the answer that I got. Very general. I said, walk me through 48 hours. What does that 48 hours look like? The answer involved people going back to the shelter. That's the wrong answer to me for someone experiencing serious mental illness. I also questioned him. I told you I was going to be short, and I promise I will. I also questioned him about a troubling phone call I had with one of our precincts. Police captain from one of our precincts didn't know who to call for assistance for a person experiencing a mental health crisis, chronically unhoused person in the neighborhood. So they called the 1-888 NYC well, no call back. So I questioned them about this, big failing. So I'm setting up a meeting with that official and all the precinct captains in our district, because they should be working like this, mental health authorities and our police precincts. A couple other things. I want to thank Dolores and the precinct, Midtown Precinct Council for pushing for the reopening of the Midtown Community Court. I echoed the efforts of Brad Hoylman and Gail Brewer and others, and I wrote a letter to the presiding judge that's in charge of opening that. And I spoke to Brad about that. There's a lot of efforts happening. So I'm hopeful that that court will be reopening. That's so important to our public safety, and there's no reason why it should have been closed this long. I wrote a few letters to back up the good work that you've been doing. I wrote a letter to the Department of Buildings. This was my first letter as a council member about the potential demolition of 412 West 46th Street in the special district. We have to avoid at all costs demolition by neglect. And I understand that there does come a point where it is sometimes necessary, but that's a reward to property owners who know that that demolition loophole is their only way to get rid of their property in rent regulated apartments. So, and I want to close that loophole, something that Joe and others have been working on. 128 West 17th Street, wrote a letter to LPC, the landmarking of the school, very important. And backing up the letter of the efforts of the Transportation Committee at CB4, we had a press conference on 10th Avenue calling for the city to move forward expeditiously with its street redesign of 10th Avenue and 11th Avenue, 4-lane highways running right through the heart of our neighborhoods. In recent years, we've seen great redesigns of 7th Avenue, 8th Avenue, 9th Avenue, 10th Avenue and 11th Avenue. We have to pick it up. Tragically, on 11th Avenue, a person, a couple of weeks after we had that, a person who had been hit by an open door on 11th Avenue in a stretch without a bike lane, died from his injuries, a Hell's Kitchen resident. There was nothing more tragic to me than when they put in a bike lane the week after someone is killed on their bike. And that's what they're doing here too, putting up Jersey barriers. We need them to work faster. Finally, we had a press conference on Valentine's Day where we presented a giant Valentine's Day card to Trader Joe's, asking Trader Joe's to come to Hell's Kitchen. There's no Trader Joe's in Hell's Kitchen, and it's something that I get asked about all the time. And we brought it to the Trader Joe's store, and they are interested in coming. They want to come to Hell's Kitchen, but they're also looking in many other neighborhoods. We want them to come here first, though, because in my council district, we have in the Village, we have a Trader Joe's in Chelsea. And for many people in our neighborhood, they can't afford to buy food at Food Emporium. They travel long distances to buy food. Trader Joe's is one of the few affordable grocery stores we have, and I'm hoping to secure one in Hell's Kitchen. Those are just a few of the things that I'm working on, and I look forward to continuing to work with you and come back soon.
Thank you, council member. Appreciate you being here tonight. Up next, we're going to go to State Senator Robert Jackson's office. I believe we have somebody here from State Senator Jackson's office? And if not, I know we'll put a pause on that for now and go to Matt Ty from Assemblymember Dick Godfrey's office. Matt?
Sure. Thanks, Jeffrey. Everyone, I'm Matt Ty from Dick Godfrey's office. So first thing I want to talk about is that you may have heard that the governor's budget proposal includes eliminating the statewide limit on the maximum density of residential development. The proposal would remove the longstanding and necessary cap on residential development in New York State that currently limits it to a floor area ratio of 12. The result of this would be allowing oversized development and removing longstanding regulations on development through many communities, including already very densely populated parts of New York City. And so Assemblymember Godfrey has strongly opposed this proposal. Next, quick Penn Station update. The Community Advisory Committee's working group will soon be reconvening to discuss outstanding questions and recommendations that are still out there from the community. Some of these, but not limited, include the surrounding community's desire to see less density and height in any new construction, increasing the affordable housing component of the plan, the status of the proposed public realm task force to ensure that there's a strong focus on the pedestrian experience surrounding the station, a guarantee for community benefits no matter what the final plan looks like, guarantees and protections for potentially displaced tenants and small businesses, the exact financial details on the cost of upgrading Penn, because we can't agree to any new development plans without a firm understanding of the cost of the actual Penn project. We want to know what the impact on the city's tax revenue will be. And finally, what risks there are to taxpayers if the projected revenue from the project does not pan out. And these are just some of the outstanding issues that we're going to be tackling in the months ahead. But there's also a more focused group has recently been formed to examine solely the issue of homelessness and social services in the Penn area. So over the next couple of months, this group, which includes all the local elected officials, community board members from CBs4 and 5, EDC representatives from the governor's office, as well as multiple local service providers, will be studying the area surrounding Penn Station, looking at the needs and determine what needs to be done as part of any new development to address the crisis that's facing the streets surrounding Penn. And we'll have updates from this effort in the near future. And finally, the state budget is due to be passed at the end of this month. So the next time we all meet, we're going to have updates on exactly what the final budget includes. And I know you have a long agenda still ahead, so I will leave it there.
Thank you, Matt. Appreciate that. And finally, we have Sowaiba, I believe I pronounced it correctly, from Senator Jackson's office. Sowaiba, if you could pronounce your name so I can learn it.
Yes, absolutely. It's Sowaiba. Hello, everybody. I'm Sowaiba Shabazz. I'm the representative on behalf of State Senator Robert Jackson's office. I'm the executive assistant, and it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much. So in terms of Albany, what is happening in Albany? We have 6 weeks to pass a state budget that serves all New Yorkers. Budget negotiation groups start this week. Senator Jackson is on the education work group, as well as the workforce and local government work groups. Just a moment. I'm just getting a little bit of water. The senator's priorities are many, but highlights include funding for education, including a bill he has for reducing class size, and of course, his life's work and achievements in fully funding our schools. Housing including funding for ERAP and NYCHA. Gun violence prevention, which I'll later on tell you about a event that he's doing. Maybe members of the district are interested. Healthcare, including the New York Healthcare Act. Fair pay for home care workers to bring equity and stability to the individuals who care for our vulnerable New Yorkers, and funding for a Climate Leadership and Protection Act so that our state can be a leader in delivering climate and environmental justice to impacted neighborhoods like Inwood, Washington Heights, and Harlem. Senator Jackson is also serving as the chair of the Civil Service and Pension Committees. In this capacity, he oversees state legislation dealing with public sector workers. He looks forward to working with colleagues to reform Tier 6 pensions to bring more stability to public service jobs. And in terms of the district, we continue to receive a volume of calls pertaining to ERAP, unemployment claims, and complaints regarding landlords who are not providing adequate services for their tenants. We've also received a volume of calls about the high Con Edison bills. As a result of our grave concerns regarding Con Edison's monopoly, my colleague Dario Quinzak, he's the special assistant, will be representing Senator Jackson in the rate case. Our office will have a seat at the negotiation table when Con Edison determines the rate and the formula. This is the first time in 7 years that a legislator has been part of the group. We look forward to keeping you posted on any of this progress. So, and in general, there hasn't been a legislative angle to this situation, actually. So that's kind of the update on this issue. And amidst the mountain of despair, we've also had some success, including a constituent who received $20,000 in ERAP funds. This constituent, who happens to own a small multifamily in the Bronx, and his tenants also received some assistance, which potentially prevented multiple folks from losing their homes, which is very important, of course. Events that I want to just like let the
if you could run right through those events, we'd really appreciate it.
Yes, it's going to be really quickly. On March 5th, in partnership with DA Bragg, the NYPD, and the Oyati Group, we'll be having a gun buyback program at Fort Washington Collegiate Church on 181st Street. So if anyone's interested, I can forward the flyer, and all the related information is there. Thank you very much for your attention, and thank you so much for your time.
Thanks, Swaiba. Appreciate it. Thanks for being here. That concludes our elected official reports for the evening. And I want to pass it over to our district manager, Mr. Bodine, for his report this evening.
Good evening, everybody. District Manager, Community Board 4, Jesse Bodine. For the month of March, all of the scheduled committees are meeting on their regular dates and times. We do have the Budget Task Force, which is meeting this upcoming Monday, the March 7th at 6 o'clock. It's on our calendar. We will be reviewing the mayor's preliminary budget and the agency responses to our budget requests for FY23, and we will be producing a letter out of that conversation that will come to you guys in the April full board. Besides that, there is a lot of chatter and some telegraphing to us that the governor will not be renewing the emergency health declaration, which basically allows us to continue to meet solely virtually. That gets renewed every basically 30 days on the 15th of the month. So there's a very good chance it will not be renewed come March 15th. So any committees after that, there might be a very good chance that we will be required to meet in person following sort of standard open meetings law, because the open meetings law has not been amended to allow any type of hybrid for members, at least board members, to attend in a hybrid fashion. So we are currently finding locations that are suitable for committees and full boards, large spaces that we can handle social distancing, that have protocols, and such and so forth. So I'm happy to discuss any of this offline with individual members, or conduct a separate full-on meeting if we want to do so. But that concludes my report.
Thank you, Jesse. Appreciate that. Okay, on to the chair's report. Pardon my ums this evening. I've had trouble adjusting my screens. Tonight, I am making a couple of announcements as it relates to our committees. And in particular, I'm pleased to announce a number of new co-chairs. Jessica Chait and Carrie Keenan will be the new co-chairs of Chelsea Land Use. Paul Devlin will be the new co-chair of Clinton Hell's Kitchen Land Use, alongside now co-chair Jean-Danielle Noland. Betty McIntosh, our longtime and esteemed co-chair on the Chelsea Land Use Committee, will remain on the committee and the board. Betty is stepping back to dedicate more time to some family matters, and I am thrilled that Jessica and Carrie were up for the opportunity and the challenge to step into the roles at Chelsea Land Use. I'm also excited about these changes and again, welcome Jessica and Carrie into the leadership position. Jessica is a former CLU member and will be remaining on the HHHS committee. These are both significant changes, and in particular, I want to acknowledge a change to how one has been managed, in particular, for a very long time. Change isn't always easy, but it comes with new leadership and at an exciting moment. For me, it was about equity on the committees and planning for when term limits start removing members in large numbers from the board. And so we need to be bringing newer members into positions of leadership and making sure that institutional memory and our ethos and ethics, as the good borough president pointed out this evening, remains intact for our board. So I thank JD, I thank Paul, I thank Betty, Jessica, and Carrie for this, and appreciate everybody's patience and support as these changes take effect this month. On the Social and Racial Justice Task Force, Viren has informed Jesse and I that he's stepping back as co-chair. So I want to thank him for stepping into the role on a committee, on a task force at a time where it was needed. And Lowell formulated this task force to make things happen and to hear out the community and respond to some real important things that we were hearing. Katie will be staying on as co-chair, and Leslie Williams has now has agreed and has now been appointed to co-chair this task force. I will share further that I'll be meeting, Jesse and I will be meeting with Katie and Leslie later this month to figure out how best to determine the Social Justice Racial Task Force can be effective going forward. So stay tuned for continued updates on that from me and likely Katie and Leslie. That, in terms of committee changes and updates, that's that for this evening. I want to just a few notes on the small meetings and ongoing working groups that the board has had and been involved with over the past month. The Port Authority Working Group continues to be briefed and meet with the Port Authority Bus Terminal team about the replacement project underway, which again will eventually go through the ULURP process and we will be a formal part of. As we got a brief update from the Assembly Member's office tonight, the Penn Station area civic and land use project, that work is ongoing. But we were informed by the state that given the volume of comments they received, we should not anticipate any response to the project until mid to late spring. You'll recall they held a second hearing and it is required by law that they have to categorize and respond to every comment heard on the topic at the hearings, and there were thousands of submissions. The Sanitation Planning Working Group, which I announced back in February, will begin this month. Their work will begin next week on March 8th. So stay tuned for updates as they come along the pike on that. Other small meetings and board activities. Clinton House Kitchen Land Use, they met with the owners at 343 West 47th Street and the Department of Buildings. There has been an alarming number of illegal demolitions of buildings within the Clinton Special District. We've been dealing with this for a long time, but more recently, and given the sort of alarming rate that we are seeing these come along in the Clinton Special District, so have taken more aggressive steps to talk to owners, engage owners, and meet with DOB to stop this from happening. After all, it's illegal. Chelsea Land Use provided testimony to the Landmarks Preservation Commission regarding the revised facade plan for 9th Avenue and 14th Street landmark buildings in the Gansevoort Market Historic District. And finally, the Transportation Planning Committee provided separate testimony to the City Council on the open restaurants proposed legislation and also changes to the idling policy at the city level. Those are my formal updates as chair of the board this evening. And so I'm pleased to shift us now into our business portion of the meeting over to our agenda, where we will start on item 1 in the Clinton House Kitchen Land Use Committee. Mr. Noland, please take us through our ULURP letter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As we've had maybe 15 or 20 letters about the MTA site over many years. This is the latest letter. The ULURP has started. The Land Use Committee met on January 12th And we had a checklist of various reactions to the zoning suggestions that HPD had made, city planning had made. On February 9th, we had a second meeting and we voted out this letter. And this letter then went on February 22nd to the executive committee, because the housing committee also met with Housing Works to understand what exactly they had proposed. Those two letters were put together in one letter, which you see before you tonight. The land use committee dealt with the zoning. There were 5 zoning text changes, special permits, the disposition of the land, acquisition of the land, and we responded to those, worried that they would affect the entire district, and we tried to find ways to narrow it down to help the development of that site, which we want to see achieved, but also not have it spread to the rest of the district, which would allow commercialization to creep in. So that's the letter you have before you tonight. I give a lot of credit to Joe and Savannah Wu at CHDC for putting together these charts, some of the history about what's going on. It's a very difficult issue, as you all know, and I have emphasized throughout, there are no villains here. There are no villains from either side, either the community or from Housing Works or the people who need help. Joe, you want to talk about the housing component, perhaps? That's okay with the chair?
It is. Joe, you're on mute.
I have to unmute though first. So I just want to quickly frame where we are. That this letter is a very detailed and nuanced series of positions, because this is not a black and white thing. It flows out of a 2009 Western Railroad Points of Agreement, in which we not only had agreements about housing. This is a letter signed by a deputy mayor and the related companies, but about anti-demolition, schools, arts facilities, open space, and daycare, and then ending with affordable housing. There were in that agreement 701 units, over 701 units of low-income housing proposed and agreed to. 263 units of Section 8 preserved, 140 units of 80-20 preserved, 166 new affordable apartments on the Eastern Rail Yards, all of those low income, and 150 units of SRO preservation, of which 112 have been built so far. Those total and built to date of that number are 701. There were 2 sites that were set aside for moderate and middle income. The DEP site on 10th Avenue to 48th and 49th, and MTA on 54th and 9th. Although all the other low-income units have been preserved, except for the ones in the Western Rail Yards where there is no deck built yet to take the building, there have been no moderate or middle-income units built whatsoever. The reason we're in this spot, having this very complicated ULURP letter, is the normal process that our board has gone through for decades, in which we meet with HPD, the Department of City Planning, all the various agencies involved. We sit, get briefed, and are told after an RFP what's proposed and how it can be worked through, and we work through it. None of that happened here. There was no real community consultation. Instead, from September of 21, last year was the first time we heard this project in detail. I think it is important to note for our public discussion tonight what we are not voting on. We are not voting on whether or not Manhattan Community Board 4 supports low-income housing. We do, period. We are not voting on whether or not Manhattan Community Board 4 supports supportive housing. We do, we have, and we continue to do it. And we are not voting whether or not we support social services. We also do that, and we continue to support it. And I would like to note for the public and for the community board members who heard testimony from the public tonight, we are not voting on whether this should be kept as a vacant lot. We are voting on a project and a modification to a proposal. We are also not voting on housing to serve long-term survivors of HIV who live in our district. The threshold for this development is 60% of the affordable housing will be for homeless individuals directly referred from HRA shelters That's category 1 to get past the gate. Category 2, of those homeless individuals who are HIV positive. That is what this project is about. It is a supportive housing project with a 60% homeless component with direct referral from HRA shelters for those individuals who are HIV positive. So I think it's kind of important to understand what we heard in the public session is nothing we've heard in the past number of public meetings. Those were sort of, it was based on a lot of misinformation that this is a community project for a specific group in the neighborhood. What is in front of us really is a modified project in which we seek a compromise. Instead of 100% moderate middle income, it'll be 25% low income and supportive and 75% moderate middle income. And the reason we make this response is because we looked at this as part of the Western Rail Yards as a way to be serve a range of incomes. So what we vote for, if we vote for this letter tonight, is supporting an affordable housing project that serves a range of incomes from low and supportive to moderate and middle throughout the entire neighborhood. And I want to note for our members and the public too, most members of the public tonight refer to us as the Lirio. Those neighborhood residents know this as the MTA site. And I'm very concerned that there was a bunch of misinformation put out there on what this project and development really is. We are at a very important inflection point because in order to make this project happen in this way, a number of our actions speak to zoning changes and text modifications that will affect the neighborhood in a much more dramatic way. And we need, as a community, to not only have the city keep its promises, even though we want to compromise yet again, but to note that the actions that are taken don't undermine all of the zoning protections in the community long-term. Is that a good frame, Jeffrey, for sort of—
Thank you, Joe.
Where we are?
Yes. So 2 things as we step into this, folks. I will entertain very specific questions to the letter. It is 30 pages. It is technical. And if you are proposing a change, I'm going to ask that you get to the change and, lead us along to it. This has been debated at length and discussed at length. So again, questions on technicalities, and if there's amendments to be made to move those forward. So Paul and then Mr. Kern, please.
Thank you, Jeffrey. And Joe, I want to thank you for pointing out some of the misinformation. I think that the misconception that this project is being built for longtime survivors of HIV/AIDS who live in Hell's Kitchen is sort of not true and not correct. And that's not the direction this is going. So thank you for pointing that out. In addition, I heard other mention during the public hearing that I also found a little bit disturbing was that the notion that if we had only put more height, we could maybe get more moderate income housing. And I would like to remind members of the board, as well as the public, that one of the items from the original agreement of 2009 that the developers cherry picked and they found convenient for themselves was to in fact add additional height at this site. So we've already added additional height to the site. So the notion that the public thinks if we add more height, we can get this moderate income housing, that was already cherry picked out of the agreement. There already is additional height. So I just wanted to clarify those 2 points. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul. Lowell?
Just very quickly to something that Joe said, this was not the process we typically follow. I'm going to throw the previous mayoral administration under the bus here. This project was put together under the de Blasio administration, and one of the things they did was tell the developer not to meet with Community Board 4, which is not, as Joe said, not the way we operate. So there was something nefarious going on here from the very beginning with the way this was put together. I'm not casting aspersions on the Adams administration. They inherited this project. Hopefully they'll listen to us when we get to city planning. But the whole way this was put together was awful, and I support this letter in full.
Thanks, Lowell. Christine, and then Marty.
Yes, Joe, can you highlight the number of very low income in this project, as well as the ones we have added to the slaughterhouse side?
Yes.
And indicate the total number together.
And for folks that don't know, the slaughterhouse site was a city-owned site on 11th Avenue that we successfully negotiated to bring a lot of affordable housing to.
So I will note for the board, in the last few years, we have approved, first on inclusionary housing, 166 units at 40% of AMI, and 187 units at 60% of AMI, and 47 at 70% of AMI, out of a total of 568. So that's quite a number that we have approved as low income. As for the supportive housing, give me a second. For the supportive housing, since the Western Rail Yards was approved, we have supported 164 units at the Slaughterhouse, Hartley House, and 454 West 35th Street for supportive housing. So our work in supporting both low-income and supportive housing continues well outside of these documents. Christine's point is the numbers I first quoted these are over and above those commitments from the Western Rail Yards. Is that helpful, Christine?
Yes.
Thanks, Christine. Marty, and then Chris.
I really think this is a fabulous letter. There are so many points I want to vote for, everything except the line that says no more than 25%. And that's the one line that forces me to vote against this letter. I understand the arguments that are being made about moderate income housing, but the low income housing, in my mind, is overridingly important, and we need to reevaluate, the board needs to reevaluate its position on this whole issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Marty. Chris, and then Roberta.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, everyone. I was actually curious about the logic behind the 25% versus something like 30%. Other than that, I'm incredibly in support of this letter. It's been something that I've been waiting for 3 years now. So, Joe, what's the logic between 25 and adding another 5% at 30? That's all I have to ask.
I just think
If I can address that, Chris, just briefly before Joe, everybody should know, this is just the beginning of the process. It now goes to the borough president. Then it's going to go to city planning. Then it's going to go to the city council. So this is just an opening salvo. There's going to be negotiations, Chris, down the road.
Yeah, absolutely. I was hoping that we weren't committed to this number at first, that we're willing to negotiate. I think that hearing that, I'm 100% behind this letter. Thank you so much for your work, JD. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Chris. Roberta, and then Viren.
I just wanted to say, I think this is a fantastic letter, and I'm supportive of all but one point. I have the same kind of contention that Marty just brought up, but I wanted to just frame it in an additional way. The Housing Works came before the Housing, Health, and Human Services Committee and presented what I think everyone, including the letter's authors, would consider to be a really strong proposal for a supportive and very low-income housing site. I really appreciate that the letter takes into consideration that even in its amended form, that it would, continue to offer some supportive. So I appreciate that. But I really do think that we have an opportunity to provide more homes to those who are long-term survivors of HIV. I think with a great community partner who's, excited to work with the community, and that would be incredibly additive and beneficial overall to the community. And so for that reason, I'm ultimately not supportive of the letter, even though I think it was incredibly well done and very well thought out.
You work for HPD, yes?
I no longer work for HPD. I want to end my vote.
Chris, we're not going to have crosstalk. Thank you, Roberta. Viren, and then Sabrina.
Yes, I'm just going to, first of all, I think it's a very well put together letter, and I don't doubt good intentions of all the board members. And I know the good work all of you do, all of us do. And I appreciate all the effort, but at the same time, I have to echo Marty's and Roberta's sentiment, also the people who spoke in the public hearing session. I think the number for low-income housing is a bit too low. I'm also going to sort of reinstate my initial sort of opposition, but these public sites are the only places where we can actually provide housing for low-income families. So to me, this is still a sort of a slightly better version of NIMBYism, and I think we can do better. So that's the only request I would make. And because it's not being met, I think I will have to not be able to support this letter.
Thank you, Viren, sorry, Sabrina, and then Katie.
I'm actually present and eligible for this item, but I do have a question on process just because JD just mentioned something. So he said this will go to DCP and then we'll go to HPD and then we'll go to the council. So
nope.
No, I'm sorry, Sabrina. It goes to the borough president now, and then it goes to city planning, and then to city council.
So that's a process of what, like a year? I mean, it seems like a long time already.
150 days.
Okay, thank you.
Katie, and Maria has the last word.
So I just want to say that I really appreciate all the work on this letter, and I think it's so great. And my only reservation is the same one mentioned by Marty, Roberta, and Viren, that I think the 25% number is too low, and I wish that it were 50. That's all.
Thank you, Katie. Maria.
Jeffrey. Joe, quick question. If at 25%, about how many units is that?
Okay.
Or JD?
I can tell you.
Thank you.
28.
Oh, okay. So that reminds me of a conversation we had with Corey Johnson that was not public when he was talking about us compromising. That was about the number of units he mentioned. I want to add that I live 1 block away. I live on 55th and 9th. I was born and raised in the community. I am aware of the work that CB4, members of CB4 put into this RFP and making this happen. I'm aware that the city made a commitment. I understand that the powers that be at the time made an agreement with, I'm not sure whom, to be where we are today. I want to add that I also support supportive housing. There is not enough in New York City. And if you do your research, you will see we are at a deficit in this city for supportive housing. However, I believe my role as a CB4 member, I'm not just speaking for what I want. Ideally, I think it should be 40, 50, 60, maybe even % at that site. But I hear what community constituents are saying, right? And it's not just about what I want. And I understand that there needs to be a compromise. And the fact that CB4 members put a lot of work into an RFP that was for was for a different kind of site, and that we are willing to compromise is how it works. I think there needs to be a compromise. And that is why I'm actually supporting this letter. And I think there needs to be a compromise, and you win some and you lose some is really what I'm thinking. And that's it. Thanks, Jeffrey.
Thank you for that, Maria. JD, Joe, final word on the letter, anything?
I think a broader issue that I've learned a long time by being on the board, that the way we accomplish something as a board is the community speaks with one voice. The broad sector of the community, from Hell's Kitchen, from the block associations, have asked for there to be we've asked them, could they compromise here? Could it be 25% low and 75% moderate middle? And those folks who were against this project 100% said yes, they would compromise. The way our board has been successful is because of that single voice we speak with. I would ask the members who are wanting to vote no out of principle to consider your neighbors and constituents who actually have said they're willing to compromise. And I would ask you as board members to consider compromising for the good of the broader community. So it is one voice and we get to something that everyone can live with. And as I said in public over and over, that everyone can be unhappy with. because that's what a compromise is. I asked you to reconsider saying, if it's not absolutely as I want it, I can't do it, even though there's 28 pages of saying a lot of more important things in here. It's not just about the number of units, folks. It's about changing zoning from residential to commercial, about text changes that affect the entire district. It's about huge issues that have been bundled into this project that are not separable, unfortunately. And that's why we write no unless. And if 3/4 of everything of the no unless protects everybody in the community, and the 1/4 you don't like, please find a way to support that, because that's what compromise and figuring things out in the city government means. I leave that as my last word.
JD?
Yeah, I want to say one thing. Joe spoke very well about that, but I want us to consider the future as well. This is a very welcoming community, probably one of the most welcoming districts in the entire city. This is not the last chance we're going to have for supported and low-income housing. We've got a lot of developments going along 42nd Street with the Port Authority terminal going up. There's going to be a lot of big buildings going up. We need the goodwill of this community to support supported housing. And you do that by saying, okay, if we work out an agreement with the city, it has to be lived up to. Don't drive those good-hearted people away. Don't drive them away. Respect the fact that you have to keep your word.
Thank you, JD. Appreciate both committees' work on this, housing and Hell's Kitchen land use, significant community engagement, and there, just so everybody knows, there will be much ongoing engagement from the board on this. Just because we're sending this letter to the Borough President and the City Planning Commission does not mean we stop being engaged on it. So you'll be hearing from us accordingly along the way. On to item 2, the next portion of the agenda. Frank and Bert, the Business License and Permits Committee.
Hi, everybody. There were no comments on any of the BLP items in the public session, and there's nothing that Bert and I feel we need to bring to the full board's attention about any of these. So I'm happy to answer questions, but otherwise I think we can move on.
My first question, Frank, is if BLP voted to give all the big issues tonight to the land use and waterfront parks committees. But with that, I will first go to Leslie.
Yeah, I just have a quick question, Frank, about item 4 and 6. Item 4 says it would close at 4 a.m. 7 days a week. And in item 6, it closes on Saturday and Sunday at 4 a.m. My question is, are we moving towards a 4 a.m. closing for most establishments? Is that the way we're looking at this?
Well, a couple things. Item 4, I believe, has multiple spaces, and the applicant agreed to reduced hours for some of the outdoor spaces, some of the spaces that are enclosed by temporary coverings and so forth. But we're sort of stuck. I would say I've been doing this for, I guess, about 8 years, and I would say we are not moving towards more 4 a.m. licenses. The reality is that that is what the law allows, and we sort of pick our battles on where to fight about 4 a.m. licenses where we think they're going to really bother people.
Thank you.
Thanks, Leslie. Thanks, Frank. Any other questions for BLP? Thank you. Alan and Kit, ACES.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Supporting our local news organizations should be a priority for any community, especially for reasons what we're speaking about for the various issues tonight. I want to thank and credit Leslie for bringing this to our attention, and I turn over the letters to her and Blake, who worked on these 2 letters.
Is Blake here? Alan, he's not here, right?
He couldn't make it tonight.
Okay. So there are, as you see, 2 letters. We talked about advocating for hyperlocal media. The reason why there are 2 letters is because one is to our Senator Brad Hoylman, who actually is working on a bill supporting local media. So a lot of the language that's in one of these letters is it incorporates comments from the committee on how that could be better tailored for the independent local journalists in our district. And the other letter is to the city. So I don't know if people are aware, there's a policy in the city that 50% of city advertising and promotion should be spent on community and ethnic media outlets. So last year, the city spent about 15.6 million with this program, and our 3 hyperlocal papers, including digital, received 0 of that. So really, this is just a letter to say, hey, what's your criteria? And how come our district's not getting any? So those are those 2 letters. Thank you.
Thanks, Leslie. Any questions on the ACES letters? Okay, great. Up next, Waterfront Parks and Environment. Marty, I think you have the first.
Thanks a lot, Jeffrey. Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen, this letter comes out of the Waterfront Parks and Environment Committee. We knew that it would be a difficult letter to write when we were speaking with each other. It has solidified over the last weeks with a lot of people participating in adding paragraphs, changing language. The word that I've received over the last couple of days that is that the tone of the letter is too confrontational at the end. It seems like we are disapproving the project. It is not our intention to disapprove the project. We think the walk around that Piers has designed for passage on the water side of the head house is very well taken, and we like it a lot. The strength of the letter comes from our strong feeling that the Piers and the Hudson River Park Trust should be removing a lane. And that's what the letter attempts to say.
Thanks, Marty. Dolores?
Marty, thank you for mentioning that. I was very confused. The end of the letter really is saying that we don't support the lease being renewed. And I was so curious about it. I went back to watch the video and I don't remember that being said by the committee. So I'm wondering if that was a recommendation by the committee and that's why that language was there and ended up confusing it, because I'm not sure why we would not be supportive of one of the largest revenue sources for the park getting its lease renewed.
You're right. The committee is extremely supportive of Chelsea Piers and of its activities. We support a lease renewal, but we want to make a strong statement. And help me do it if you've got suggestions. We want to make a strong statement that Chelsea Piers has and it seems Hudson River Park as well, have made a strong statement that says we will not remove the lane. And the committee is trying to make a strong statement that we would very much like you to consider and work on removing a lane. We know that there's been an engineer's report. And none of us have had a chance to look at that engineer's report, nor are any of us expert at reading engineer's report about this. Most of us believe that there is a way to remove the lane if some people with ingenuity would come up with it. One of the lines in the letter that was added that I really like is, if the lane is problematic, is necessary because the vehicles are too big. The line in the letter says right size the vehicles. And we want to make a strong statement about not about the renewal of the lease, but about the removal of that lane.
If I could just to give the sentence, we say the trust in Chelsea Piers should renegotiate the terms to comply with our concerns. So we are not saying they should not engage in a lease. Christine and then Sabrina.
Yes, I was. I had a little bit of a trouble of following the letter, and I think it would be helpful from a format standpoint if the conclusion was at the beginning, and if you had some. It seems that you have some very hard objections, like the lane, and then you have some suggestions, some other things. And maybe by presenting it that way, it would be easier to absorb.
I think you are absolutely right. I received another comment like that today. And what's missing from the letter in a paragraph, second paragraph that should be inserted, is that at its February meeting, the full board voted by blah to, and then there has to be a sentence after that that explains what direction the letter is going.
Right, but even the other paragraph, I think, could be more articulated, just so that it's easier to read, you know, like bullets or whatever. It's sometimes it helps. Yes, thank you.
Thanks, Christine. Sabrina and then Carrie.
Yeah, I think Martin, you just touched a little bit on it, but I was curious to one of the folks in the beginning of the session. They were talking about that study that it was made about the impact of the lane. And I mean, I'm curious to see if we can have access to it and actually, you know, understand the language, just because I know that we in the past have advocated for issues like this to make sure that we have a study. And if this study is really saying that, you know, that there's proof or there's evidence that this won't work, I think it's something to look into it. I don't know if it's in our capacity or not, but I'm just curious to know more about that study.
That study was forwarded to us. Jesse, can it be put on the website?
I would have to confirm that. I mean, I'm sure we can.
It's on
share it.
HRPT's website.
Okay, then if it's on HRPT's website, then yes, we can certainly provide that.
So that would be an addition in the past 24 hours, a change in the past 24 hours, just so everybody knows. We got the almost 1,000-page pages of leases this afternoon and the engineering study yesterday afternoon. Just so everybody understands that. Carrie and then Betty.
Thank you. This is a clarifying question. From some of the public comment, it felt like if Chelsea Piers were to not have that one lane, it would like end Chelsea Piers. So I think I was just wondering if you could just give us a little maybe clarification on the process or the conversation that you may have had about, you know, as somebody who also goes to Chelsea Piers every day, but I'm a walker, not a runner. And I also have children who went to Chelsea Piers camp and gymnastics and all of that stuff. I've never seen anything in those lanes except law and order, craft service trucks. So I'm not quite sure why is this such a big deal? I guess that's my question.
Because it's law and order.
So Marty, do you mind if I go in on this to give a little bit of macro? To get back to the history of it, right, is that a deal was made behind closed doors in the 90s, counter to what was committed to the community. Politics was on the table in 1996, and Chelsea Piers got what it wanted, to have 3 lanes instead of 1 in front of their roads, so those access roads. It is not uncommon for us to be asking for space to be given back to us. It was about cost and technical feasibility. So we deal with this all the time on land use letters, and really the approach here was to right a historical wrong that was done when the Hudson River Park Trust did not yet exist, and so was not the lease negotiator. At the time, it was state DOT and the governor of the state. And accordingly, given the serious safety concerns that the volume of, as you noted, craft services vehicles, tractor trailer trucks, events production vehicles, parking for events at the facilities creates, is a serious safety matter. You have the Greenway and then only 8 feet of sidewalk in front of the Chelsea Piers Pier House. A lot of folks talked about the improvements that are being made around the piers. And indeed, there's a significant amount of improvements being made around the piers. Where we are not seeing improvements are on the front of the pier house, where if you want direct access going south or north, you are forced narrowly between those access roads and the pier house. So the key here is digging in on correcting a historical wrong. We will not have an opportunity to do this again until the lease is up for renewal, if it stands as 44 years from now.
Can I follow up with asking, why is it such a big deal to Chelsea Piers to do this? That's what I don't understand. I understand the benefit to the community.
Chelsea Piers is the tenant with Hudson River Park, and then they have subtenants inside the facility. So they are responding to concerns of their tenants who believe they couldn't operate if any changes were made to the access roads.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Betty and then Joe.
Hi, yes, I'm very familiar with Chelsea Piers. My kids went there, my daughter works there. And I chatted with her earlier today about these lanes. Her unofficial position was that they could eliminate a lane there and if you have 3 lanes, you could take 1 lane away. 2 questions. One is, does anyone have any idea which lane and what it would be used for? It might be a little more convincing if there's some like, would it be part of a bike lane or a walking lane or something like that? And the other is the study. I think I would be more enthusiastic about this if somebody from the community board looked at what their study says, saying that they, oh my God, they can't do it because of these trucks and they need space and all that. You know, I mean, maybe there's some way they can rearrange their trucks. The other thing is that I agree with Christine. I don't know if I sent my comments to Marty or not. I think so. That the organization of the letter would be vastly improved if you put the vote part in the beginning and you put bullets with starting with the lane issue and then the other issues. And it would be a little clearer. Thank you.
Thanks, Betty.
I'll take a look at.
Oh, sorry, Marty. Go ahead.
I'll take a look at the letter and do the bullets as to how the lane would be used. Of course, we aren't the engineers, but the issue is the width of that sidewalk that goes on the upland side of the head house.
Yeah,
So
should be a widening for pedestrian purpose, so you can leave the rest for bikes. So
well said.
Hector's the last hand on the board list, folks. Joe and then
what about Twee?
Oh no, I'm gonna get through my top row, but Hector is last in the row. So everybody before him, Joe and then Twee, please.
So yeah, it should just be a standard no unless letter. We should say that no unless these conditions are met, so it's clear.
Right.
I want to note that this is a matter of politics, and I was on the board in the 1990s when Chelsea Piers came through and this thing happened. So understand that it is not the first time Chelsea Piers will turn out a lot of people to speak about something specific. It is clear to me from the speakers who spoke, they believed the board was against the Chelsea Piers renewal and therefore nothing could happen. And that was a flyer or emails that was sent out to a great number of users of Chelsea Piers. It's been happening before. It's very transparent. It's misinformation equivalent to what happened with the MTA site. Some information came out and then people jump on it. The last piece though is we just got a 1,000-page lease and a study, right? Historically, the Chelsea Piers deal has never been clear or explained or put out there for us to look at. It's being put out because this letter came out and it really got people nervous. I'm going to say we should put a no unless, clearly, make those bullets. And just note that the space is being recovered for the public. This is a business model issue. And if they lose the lane, they will lose some spaces inside the pier and have to spend money and make less money. This is an economic discussion. It has nothing to do with true functionality. They will lose some parking spaces inside by bringing some of those craft trucks and things inside. Are the doors too small? They can make them bigger. Everything can happen. It's a business model and money. That's all we're talking about.
Joe, I'm gonna jump in here as co-chair. We brought up that exact point about underneath. You have this space underneath. It just has to be moved in. Yes, it's going to be very expensive for someone to do that and to change it, but it's not that the space isn't there. So just so you know, that exact point was brought up by committee.
So they won't get a 15% return. They'll get a 14% return. That's my point.
Thank you, Joe. Twee, and then Brad.
I don't know what it is about tonight, but Joe, you speak very well both times tonight. I was very impressed. And all I want to do is say I agree with Joe. But I do have some, additions to that where, thank you for clarifying that it was about the lane because that really didn't come out. I did read the letter as this is shrouded in mystery. The lease was not given to us and then later we want to renew it, but we're going to give you all these bells and whistles. So don't worry about the new terms are. So that was very, very suspect. But to know that you're getting the 1,000-page lease now because of this, it does speak volumes to Community Board 4, and I appreciate that. One thing that I do notice at the top of the letter is that the comment period is 60 days, starting February 11, which means it ends April 12. So my question is, what are the next steps after that?
Marty, do you want me to take that?
Please do.
So it would ideally, if we adopted this letter this evening, it would be transmitted to Hudson River Park and Chelsea Piers, and then we have the opportunity to testify publicly at the March 22nd hearing, which the Hudson River Park is holding in accordance with their significant action process. And so this just puts us in the mix to formally be able to engage. Second to that, the Hudson River Park Advisory Council, on which CB4 has a seat, and I am going to be the outgoing chair on that body, ideally should see CB4's position. So it can adopt a position as well and make a recommendation or advise the Hudson River Park Trust accordingly. So time is never on the side of a community board, Twee, as I think you've probably come to see over the past year and a half. So there's a number of things, and I think broadly speaking, it just puts us in a place that we can, to give us as much leverage as possible to make our voice as amplified as it can possibly be.
So what happens after the 60 days?
We,
because there's there was a March 22 thing, right?
Right, that's a public hearing, and then that's a determination of the Hudson River Park Trust and Chelsea Piers, and we are asking them, we're a deny unless basically to renegotiate and insert our concerns.
Well, then we go to our elected officials.
Yeah, I mean, this is the part of the process, right? Rallying cry, like our electeds. A key here is electeds are going to take the cue from the letter. So we want them to engage on the March 22nd hearing. We want them to engage accordingly with the trust and Chelsea Piers. So sort of approaching this at all angles. And I just want to pause for a moment and give huge props to Leslie and Marty on this letter. This is one of the most complicated things I've seen come out of WPE. And so we're taking cues from our friends at Health and Housing, Health and Human Services, Transportation and Land Use accordingly.
Jeffrey, let me think out loud with you for a second. If the hearings on the 22nd produce nothing that need to be renegotiated in the lease, I presume the next step after that would be to sign the lease between the Piers and Hudson River Park. On the other hand, if there are some serious issues that come out of that March 22nd hearing, then my guess is that they would have to return to the lease negotiation table, and I don't know if that restarts the clock or not.
I don't either. Frankly, all this process is prescribed in the trust significant action process. I want to note that 2 new hands have gone up since I said that Hector was the last in line. So I just I'm happy to be here late, but I just want to be conscious of that. So Brad and then Hector. Oh, Brad's hand went down. Hector and then Ms. Bertay and Mr. Kern.
Sorry, sorry, Jeffrey.
Oh, that's all right. Hi, Brad.
I just wanted to thank you and Marty and Leslie. To be clear, it's exactly what Joe said. If we don't do something now, we're talking 44 years. We all love Chelsea Piers. We simply said to them before this and during this, you have one tenant that is impacting all of us. And we like that tenant. But all they do is sit in that lane. There's solutions and it needs to be addressed. And then there are other issues, Chair, that we brought up to our HRPT was, we're signing something away for the next 50 years. They also need to be looked about activating the entire exterior pier, doing a loop around Chelsea Piers, activating in another way. So I think HR PT always works with us, and let's hope it goes in our favor. And I'm in full agreement. It's really going to be down to our electives here. Thank you guys so much.
Thanks, Brad. Hector, and then Christine.
Yeah, I believe everything has pretty much already been said. I'm in full agreement with Joe and Brad. We've mentioned. I live just down, 2 blocks away from Chelsea Piers. I see it all the time. I know exactly. I'm very familiar with the area. It's usually used for that third lane is used for parking, for craft services and trucks and equipment. As it's been mentioned already, that equipment could be moved inside, enlarging it of the doors, as has already been mentioned. Yes, it's costly for Chelsea Piers, but hey, I mean, as a longstanding tenant, they stand to make out a lot of money in the future on this as well. So they're doing pretty well with Law and Order and other tenants occupying those spaces there. So I think they could more than afford those changes and not have the public have to suffer and cough up the expense of dealing with the existing lanes the way they are. So I'm in 100% support of this letter, and I vote for yes on this already.
Thanks, Hector. Christine, and then Lowell.
So I wanted to propose that we ask them, we have done that in the past with the HRPTs, to propose that they come to the Transportation Committee and that the consultant present their findings to the Transportation Committee. And I think it has been successful in the past because we were able to respond and with a specific, judgment on whether what was in the study makes sense or not.
I'm a little worried about what that will do to the timeline.
No, it won't do anything because the Transportation Committee is before the 22nd. So once we have the information, we can share it with you and everyone, and it can be somewhat incorporated into our testimony on the 22nd. If there is anything special,
Notable to call out. Leslie, Marty, how do you feel about that?
I think if we move on 2 legs, that's a good idea. That is, let's approve this letter with some of the suggestions that we've had tonight. Let's send the letter out and let's do the hearing about the engineer study that came out. I mean, I haven't seen the engineer study. I'm not an engineer, and I don't have any idea whether my eyes will glaze over when I take a look at it.
That's where we can help.
Thank you, Christine. Lowell?
I just want to address a process thing really quickly. I'm not going to discuss the points of the letter. After we send this letter, if we testify at the significant action hearing, that will get taken into account. The advisory council will be taken into account, and it all ends up going to the Chelsea Piers board, of which I am a member, which makes me community on this.
You mean the
So
Hudson
the
River
ultimate decision will be made by the board of the Hudson River Park Trust, advising the executive officers of the trust whether or not to enter into this lease. Under HRPT's bylaws, et cetera, the board has to authorize entering into the lease. So that will be the final stop.
Lowell, you said Chelsea Piers board, but I think you indeed meant.
I know, HRPT. HRPT. Thank you, Jeffrey.
Yeah,
HRPT.
absolutely. Thank you for that. And you'll be voting present not eligible this evening on the.
I'm present not eligible this evening, and in all likelihood, I will, at the board meeting, I will support whatever position this board takes.
Thanks, Lowell. So,
Jeffrey, this is
Yeah.
Dolores. Is it
Hi.
possible just to clarify exactly what we'll be voting on? Because I think there's still a little bit of confusion, especially based on all of the public comment about what this letter is that we would be sending out.
Yeah, I think there's 2 things I want to say after having gone through the questions there. It was very interesting to hear folks say how much they want to support what we're doing, and yet they were actually supporting just a Chelsea Piers straight lease renewal. There's a lot of really good things going into Chelsea Piers. And as I mentioned earlier, this is about correcting a historic wrong. What I heard, well, I'm actually I want to, one more moment on this. We have limited opportunity to engage in things like this. And yes, Chelsea Piers is the biggest single rent contributor to Hudson River Park. In no way, I think, is this board trying to jeopardize Chelsea Piers as a tenant of Hudson River Park. That is in fact never what we do when we engage in these negotiations. We engage as diligent, thoughtful, community-minded people. And I think what I saw this evening is that Chelsea Piers has a lot of really happy folks who go to the gym, who use all of the facilities. And yet we as a community know very little about the facility. Hearing about that anaerobic digester this evening was actually very informative and something WPE, I'm guessing, would have also liked to know about sooner. So community engagement is very different than a happy paying customer. And I think this is shining a light on the big difference that when we have an opportunity to opine on something that our community is a visitor of, or a paying or non-paying member, that's great. But community affairs matters as well. And this is a matter of the public interest, which is always what we stand on. And so I think the takeaway for me tonight was a lot of history, considering the users of Chelsea Piers, but the public interest is what our position is steeped in. And yes, I think the letter that WP came out with was a little confusing, but based on all of the solid feedback that started with you, Dolores, and everybody else, I think we've got to a place that makes the letter both stronger and further clarifies our position, which, if I'm not mistaken, putting deny unless into it to codify our standard language when we take up issues like this, to bullet our objections at the top, and then move to the things that we are applauding or welcoming in terms of the additions that are coming out of the lease. Marty, Leslie, does that summarize for you guys?
That's exactly what I wrote down.
Dolores, does that make sense to you as well?
Much clearer. Thank you.
Thank you for asking for it. So Viren and then David, briefly, please.
Yeah, I'm just going to simply comment on reducing one of the lanes. I don't think that should actually impact anything. I mean, over the last couple of years, we've taken away parking lane across the city, and hasn't really sort of created any major havoc. I have personally been using Chelsea Piers myself when I ride my bicycle to get to the bike path there, and sometimes I walk my bike to the park as well, and using that sidewalk is really problematic. So I like Christine's suggestion to ask HRPT to come and present to Transportation Committee, but this decision is a no-brainer. Expanding the sidewalk and sacrificing one of the lanes.
Thank you, Viren.
Yeah.
David, briefly, please. I know we heard you out of order at the public session, so if you wanted to do a quick one.
I apologize for that, by the way.
That's okay.
Just to want to remind people, because a lot of the speakers spoke how wonderful Chelsea, the membership, like you said. However, we should understand that this membership are well-heeled people. Middle-class civil servants like myself who live in the community cannot afford to participate in the activities of Chelsea Piers. So it's supporting the upper middle class and wealthy, which is fine. But we ought to understand that low-income, middle-class people in our area do not have the benefit of Chelsea Piers. Just that to be known, and I'm enthusiastically supporting the letter, obviously, and what everyone has said. And thank you, Joe and Christine, and Marty.
I think David is saying that the section of the letter that talks about the price point of Chelsea Piers, is one or two lines in there, might be augmented a little bit as we revise it based on your approval.
Yeah.
Thank you, as always, for the robust and useful discussion on a topic that we will, again, not have an opportunity for potentially a very long time to take a stance on. So kudos to WPE, Leslie, Marty, everybody that contributed. And obviously we'll keep everybody appraised as we participate accordingly. First up, we'll be letting the advisory council know on March 8th at their meeting of the position that we took, followed by letting our electeds know and submitting this at the 22nd hearing.
And Jeffrey, your guidance has been important in this letter as well.
Thank you, Marty. I appreciate that. Couple more items on WPE's docket tonight. Very different in scope. Marty, are you sticking with these or does it go to Leslie?
I think Leslie would love to do it.
I love composting.
Poop.
I think composting is first, isn't it?
Yes.
Listen, I think it's, our board is a longstanding history on record, right? Advocating for a comprehensive composting program. It just so happened right after DSNY presented to us on composting, I think literally 2 days later, a few days later, the mayor came out and announced that he was halting the composting program. So that news was incorporated in the letter. As you can tell, there's a slightly frustrated tone to the letter, especially given the mayor's most recent comments on composting. But the letter, as usual, contains specific recommendations as the committee discussed, as well as advocacy for the overall direction towards environmental responsibility on this. I don't think our position here is any surprise. It's just maybe in a little more detail.
Thanks, Leslie. And on the next, any questions? I mean, if I think there's no questions on that one, so if you want to jump right to the next letter.
So this letter is the letter Jeffrey was talking about when he said he meant there were big topics coming up in WPE. It's a dog poop letter. I kid you not. So I am ready for all your questions on dog poop in our district. But to be serious, this is something that our committee actually has been frustrated about for a while. So we brought DSNY just to talk about it. And we did ask, our main ask really is, can you consider some sort of public service announcement on people cleaning up after their dog, like there was, what was it, 20, 30 years ago, and it really worked. So we're kind of bringing that back.
And I would note that Harvey Milk, the esteemed San Francisco supervisor, won his first election for public office on a campaign about picking up after your dog. So these issues matter and they get traction. Betty and then Viren, please.
Yeah, thank you. I support this letter. I like it. I think I sent a message to Marty that I think you should remove the word trash because there's dog poop and there's trash. Trash is McDonald's wrappers and food and whatever, discarded gloves, whatever. So I think it would be clearer to take the word trash out. Thank you.
Thanks, Betty. Leslie, are you good with that?
That's fine.
Great. Viren?
Just a suggestion. I mean, dog poop is something that's been used in other parts of the world for composting. So putting it in the trash can is not the smartest way to sort of deal with it. So I think it might be something to consider moving forward when we talk about curbside composting. Maybe we should provide space for, or just a bin for composting dog poop on every sidewalk.
Thanks, Viren. Twee and then Mike.
I agree with Betty to remove the word trash, but I mean, landmines is a pretty strong visual. Also, I would ask that you have the conjunction word that, otherwise you have dog pieces, landmines, pedestrians. So if you could just say dog pieces, landmines, that pedestrians have to navigate.
Thank you, Twee. Copy edits are always welcome via email in advance of a meeting too.
I give the current state of world affairs, we might change the word landmines to something else.
Thank you, Martin.
Mr. Noble.
Hi, I'm against composting COVID-19 virus elements. Just for the record.
Thank you. I don't think it's being inserted in the letter. It was just a comment.
No, I'm only just adding some levity to a long meeting. Sorry.
Sure. Thank you. That's it on WPE. Over to Dale and Christine in Transportation Planning, please.
Yes. So we have 3 letters. I think 2 of them are pretty self-explanatory. And the one about open restaurants is an attempt as regrouping all the comments we have made to date. There is really not a lot new there. And really in reaction to the hearing we had at City Planning, where I will tell you that a lot of council members were really I don't want to say opposed, but yes, opposed to the way the law was being presented. And there was a lot of deny unless in the air. So this is a recap. I understand that Eric Butcher, our council member, Eric Butcher, is going to get into negotiation on that. And I thought it would be helpful to have everything in one place. And we consulted with, it took what we had talked about in our land use letter, and then we had discussion with BLP. And so this is the result of aggregating everything.
JD.
Yeah, Christine and Dale, terrific letter and very robust the way you laid it out. Just one question. I don't know if this is throughout the letter, but around line 71, when you talk about in which parts of the city should cafes be allowed, you say not in the middle of a residential block. I think you want to say not in a residential block at all, except on the corners. Am I correct?
Yeah, you're right. I should say that.
But excellent letter.
Agreed. Right.
Joe?
Thank you.
Thanks, JD. Joe?
On line 48 in that same line, I think you meant at corners with wide streets, not arterials.
Well, that's the way DOT called that.
Oh,
the wide streets.
that's what they refer
arterial.
to it?
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Never mind.
It's kind of a local language. Yeah.
Roberta?
I did just want to ask a question about the input of the letter, and specifically if you had consulted with restaurant owners and operators, specifically on the outdoor dining structures and then storage for off-season. Thanks.
You know, that's the law right now for sidewalk cafe.
Yeah.
And so, and we also understand that DOT is pushing toward a lot more portable furniture. So it won't be those construction that we have today. It's going to be really foldable chairs and foldable cover. So it shouldn't be a burden, and especially if they want to remove, I mean, you know, if it's going to be closed during the winter, I don't think anybody is going to want to have that outside because it would be stolen and damaged, etc.
But were restaurant owners, they offer testimony to the committee, or were there, do they offer feedback for the letter? I know I understand this is the city council's law.
No, but I mean, you know, I think all the discussion, no, they were not at the meeting. They may have been at earlier meetings we had. We had already probably about 4 meetings or 5 meetings about that during different meetings. But clearly the industry has been very strongly involved in drafting the letter, the law, which is on the table right now. So they have a lot of lobbyists and they have a lot of people which are working for them.
Thanks.
Twee?
In terms of the last page, where you talk about the fees proportional to the size of the installation and the real estate value, was that in anticipation of restaurants on corners who use both an avenue and a street?
No, it's an anticipation of any, first of all, if you have a front cafe in the Bronx or in, you know, somewhere far away in Queens, it's going to have a different value than if you are in Manhattan, right? So it should be really proportional to that. And the second thing is that my understanding is that the proposal, which is going to come back from city planning, is that the restaurant will be strictly restricted to the space in front of them, where today they are expanding on both sides. Is that it?
I think
Roberta,
so.
you have another one?
Just really quick, so apologize for not asking this sooner. Would benches outside of coffee shops be affected? I apologize for not being more familiar with the program.
Well, today, if you want to install DOT, install seating, public seating, wherever there is space. If you have more restaurants and more you know, you are going to have less space, right? So, so that's the point. The point is that, you know, it would be good to have still the option to have public seating for people who cannot afford to sit and pay $10 or $15 for a coffee or, you know, an appetizer.
Right, I understand that. I'm just trying to figure out if the letter is opposing the existence of, you know, you have these little benches mid-block on residential streets that are often associated with a coffee shop, for example.
No, we're not opposing that. I mean, you know, if this is the way it reads, then it's wrong. I mean, we should fix it.
I appreciate that. I wasn't sure if that was an inclusion of the open restaurants program or just
Yeah.
allowed under current,
not at all.
Current zoning. It's just not an area that I have. Thank you for clarifying.
Thank you. Okay.
Thanks, Roberta. Thanks, Christine. Anything else from transportation? Okay. I'm about to cry too. Let's see. Housing, Health, and Human Services. Joe and Maria, please.
Yeah, I wanted to give a few notes on the second page of the letter that things slipped out when we moved items around. Go to line 50, and we should insert the word input of all stakeholders, all as missing. And then in line 52, the last sentence you read, this consultation is important. I'm sorry, we moved text around, we lost a couple of words here or there. And the last one, line 62, MCB4 requests there be developed a strategic approach. The words be developed slipped out in the text move. Otherwise, any questions?
Tina, hi.
Hi there. I just have a quick question regarding line 29. Community boards and other stakeholders must be consulted before citing social services.
That would be an S, not a
Okay.
C. Citing
Thank
with
you.
Thank you.
I like that, Tina. Good catch. Betty and then Leslie.
Yeah, I just wondered about whether this would have the word police in it at all. It says a strategy, line 32, a strategy for repeat offenders.
We should, this again was we should repeat the language from line 62 in there. Sorry.
Line 62 is.
MCB4 requests there be developed a strategic approach to target repeat offenders in our community.
Right, and who would develop the strategic approach to target repeat offenders?
In the discussion at the committee, everyone agreed we didn't know what had to be done here. We wanted to talk about it, to figure out what should be done to deal with folks who, you know, when we did bail reform, it was all about people, low-level crimes. When people are doing multiple repeat offenders, how do we manage that? It was never anticipated how to manage that. And cripes, we don't know, but we want to talk about it and discuss it.
Okay, and maybe you need a line saying something so it doesn't look like we forgot that there needs to be some effort for people to get together or discuss it and you know, okay.
Thanks, Betty. Leslie?
Yes, I have a question about the bullet points from lines 29 to 32. My question is about adequate funding for social services. Does that assume that we include mental illness services?
Yes, but I'm going to suggest,
shouldn't that be spelled out? Or?
I'm going to suggest that we just replace lines 29 to 32 with the bullets in lines 49 to 61, since they're more specific, and we add in the mental illness issue, okay?
Because it talks basically about strategy for repeat offenders, but is it just a police action or is it more substantive?
I'm going to notice especially services for them treated mentally ill.
Christine?
Yeah, on that line about enforcement and repeat offenders, shouldn't that be something that you ask the DA to do? So that conversation with the DA and because he should be the one driving that process, shouldn't we?
I think we should maybe note with NYPD and the
DA,
the DA,
both.
right? Got it.
Any other questions on this letter? Katie?
Thanks. I'm just trying to get back to the line. In line 62, I think it is, there's the use of the word target, which I think is not a good word. I'm just wondering if we can say, approach to address repeat offenders.
Address, yeah.
Yeah, but if we could get rid of the word target.
Gone, address.
Thanks, Katie. Roberta?
I'm not sure if this is appropriate, but in addition to the DA, the police, specifically naming the Midtown Community Court as a potential diversion method there either with repeat offenders or in social services. I know it's been mentioned in previous.
I think the problem he had is that the repeat offenders are not the social service eligible types. In other words, Midtown Court goes for the folks at the low level. So we really divert them out. But when you have someone with 66 arrests for shoplifting, that's probably not a Midtown Court, community court thing. Make sense, Roberta, or not?
No, it definitely makes sense. I know we had discussed a little bit about being prescriptive with the use of law enforcement, and we're being a little bit more prescriptive with the use of law enforcement. And I think that is, it's challenging. I don't think it's an easy issue. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Dolores, with the final word on this one.
Just commenting on Roberta's comments, I think, Joe, that there can be a line probably added about alternative sentencing where appropriate, et cetera, or either talking about having an opportunity to use whatever levers are available to find root cause for some behavior, which is consistent with what the DA's office is really trying to do in order to reduce recidivism.
So I'll include the words like diversion and root cause and try to reword that entirely, right?
Any final questions on this? Sounds like there was a number of friendly amendments there, Joe, of reshaping.
Oh, absolutely. No, this is
word adjustment.
Yeah, absolutely, yes, definitely.
Okay. Mr. Greenwald.
Sorry.
That's okay. We haven't heard from you this evening.
I know. I try to be respectful. It's a long meeting, but just to add, if there's just a way to throw in the fact that we are also mostly concerned, or with violent crime on our streets, and so when we're talking about bringing in law enforcement, perhaps or asking to for the DA's involvement, to really get in. To become more engaged specifically with violent crime as opposed to just all different types of low-level crime.
Got it.
Thanks, Jesse. Thanks, Joe. And to the Health, Housing, and Human Services Committee. Our final committee of the evening, the Executive Committee. Item 18 is I'll be blunt, a very unfortunate ratification. As was talked about by the council member, there was a death that came out of a cyclist being doored on 11th Avenue that happened in January, and then he passed away in February. He lived up on 56th Street. And so we thought it was appropriate to take this action out of exec and send a letter immediately to DOT requesting protection of the bike lane, extension of the bike lane down 11th Avenue, and a number of the long calls after safety improvements that the board is on record and long supported. We did a similar process when an unfortunate other neighbor was killed outside of Columbus Circle. And so we took this on the same path. So appreciate exec's acknowledgement of that and the board ratifying this evening. Item 19. Item 19 came to the executive. Jesse, you want to go before me on this?
No, I want to speak on this after you.
Thank you. Item 19 comes out of a couple of things. I brought it to the executive committee in part because last year, as a part of our work on the Penn Station Community Advisory Council Working Group, the board adopted a set of recommendations, among them lifting the FAR cap in the GPP area around Penn Station. This would allow for the development of significantly more housing units and accordingly, significantly more affordable housing units. At the beginning of this year, Governor Hochul released her executive budget. Within that budget were a number of housing reforms put forth to indeed increase the amount of housing and also by extension, affordable housing in the state of New York. As the fourth paragraph of the letter notes, we have a housing crisis in New York State, and we are acutely aware of it in New York City. My effort behind this letter was to be able to be involved in a conversation as discussions are being had at the state level as the state moves towards its budget adoption on April 1 of this year. Accordingly, we had a discussion at exec, and I worked with a number of executive committee members and circulated the letter to exec to solicit further feedback and edits on this letter. We feel that it encapsulates the Penn position, the acknowledgement that discussion on the FAR cap lifting is appropriate, but that obviously there's a lot of things that could happen because of it. It also directs the board that lets the governor and our elected officials know that we'll be taking it up further in our various and relevant committees, land use and housing accordingly. What I see this letter as doing as allowing us to begin to have a conversation on the topic. If this meeting has taught us anything this evening, and as our budget priorities have long outlined, housing is always top on our list. So I'm going to go to Mr. Bodine first, and then Dolores and David.
There was a unfortunate, I think, mix up with one of the people that looked to sign up to speak in the public session on this topic, and so they missed their chance. It was Lynn Ellsworth, who is the chair of the Human Scale NYC organization. I just wanted to notify that she did send in to us testimony that she did not get to speak, did not get to provide publicly at the session. I'm not going to go into details. I can provide it to the entire board after tonight. I'll just list it as a title as saying why lifting the FAR cap will do nothing for affordable housing, nor will it racially integrate Manhattan. So I'll provide that testimony to anybody that is asking for it. Thank you.
Thanks, Jesse. Dolores, and then David Haloka, followed by David Warren.
So Jeffrey, thank you for explaining how the letter got here, because I thought I missed the meeting and I thought we missed public discussion. And that's why I wanted to speak. I'm a little bit concerned about us positioning ourselves without having had the public input. Your framing of this being positioning that the board has had during that GPP conversation for Penn Station, I think that's important. Where I think it may be a way for us to start putting our foot into the conversation is to simply state, as a board, we've had a position for a similar idea specifically for Penn Station, and we are looking forward to having a robust conversation with the public to get input. But I think without public input, our community input, I think it's premature to be sending this letter as a position of the community.
Thanks, Dolores. David?
Thank you. I watched the executive committee meeting in which this letter originated. A case was made that lifting the cap would aid office buildings conversion into residential use, and I think that needs clarification. The governor has identified two separate proposals for removing the cap. One would allow converting office buildings that already exceed an FAR of 12 into apartment buildings. This is already allowed by state law for Manhattan office buildings built by 1961 or 1977 in Lower Manhattan, as I understand. The new office to residential proposal would extend this to slightly newer office buildings, those built up to 1980. I think we might support that. It's far less controversial than the broader proposal, which would lift the cap on all new residential development. A case was also made in the executive meeting that lifting this cap would create more affordable housing through mandatory inclusionary housing. but evidence shows that inclusionary housing raises prices, makes neighborhoods whiter, and increases gentrification. It's proven to be a major policy failure. It can't produce affordable units fast enough to affect prices and has created very few affordable units to begin with. In a detailed study released in December, Public Advocate Williams found that MIH failed to address the needs of extremely low and very low income New Yorkers, benefited developers at the expense of neighborhoods, and worsened gentrification and displacement. As recently as 2018, the State Assembly voted to maintain the cap in the face of a proposal to eliminate it that was backed by the Real Estate Board of New York. REBNY is again supporting an end to the cap, alarmingly, with the governor on board this time. This isn't opportunity knocking. It's the wolf at the door. We shouldn't be duped by notions of home rule. Eliminating the state cap will set the stage for the real estate industry to lobby for local upzoning. This is their home too. If the cap is removed locally, it will suddenly make financial sense to treat even larger historic buildings as teardowns. We'll lose historic character along with the light and air and adequate services that the FAR cap of 12 was meant to protect. I also watched the discussion of this issue by CB5's Land Use Committee. They voted against lifting the cap 12-1 because no appreciable affordable housing was being built in their district despite mandatory inclusionary housing. So it would increase physical density without an affordable housing benefit. Because the budget would remove the cap without an affordability requirement, and because Assembly Member Gottfried opposes the provision for this reason, as we heard from Matt Ty tonight. Those are all good reasons, and I think they apply equally to us. I can't vote for this letter. We shouldn't even express openness to removing the cap. I'd only support it if it said, don't even think of raising the cap. Thank you.
Thanks, David. Just a couple of comments there. Based on the current census data in Community Board 4, we've actually seen an increase in diversity in our district. And we were also saw the greatest population increase in terms of community districts outside of Long Island City. So while maybe writ large, one of your statistics aims true, in Community Board 4, we've actually seen an increase in diversity in the housing development that we've seen. Beyond that, a lot of the stuff in CB5 is being done as of right. In CB4, a number of the things that are thought of as being considered, thank you, Leslie. I will just wanted to respond to something specifically on this, are already entertained as being significantly dense and high. And again, the point is to have committees take this up in detail, but to actually be able to make, be a part of the conversation as we often are, in a productive way. David Warren, followed by Joe.
I wanted to thank you and the executive board for the quick action on the letter in 18. I didn't get it. You guys went so quickly. I didn't get a chance to thank you.
Sorry, David.
So thank you for, it was very quick, and and thank you, Christine, for writing a letter for me.
Thanks, David. Joe and then Frank.
Yeah, so, when we first talked about this, there was a possibility of being included in the budget for the state as of March 31st. We don't have a timing need to act on this quickly. And I do actually believe that this needs to be truly delved into clearly. And we can take a position because there might be some locations in our community that have super high density already. That might be better to be used for residential, not commercial. But I think this is what Dolores said. It's got to be a public discussion. And I propose the following. I would refer this letter back to both land use committees and housing committee to be discussed at both March and April. Because, there might be pieces of it that could make sense. Who knows? But I think it's got to be a deep public discussion. And that's my recommendation, that I move to refer it back to the 3 committees during March and April.
If that's a motion, I second.
So,
sorry,
JD, I'm sorry, what was that?
it is on our agenda for next Wednesday, the Clinton Land.
Right, but I'm referring this letter back.
So I will, the motion was made, I heard a second. If the mover and the second will indulge me, I'd like to hear the remaining hands. And as the chair of the committee that this letter came out of, I will then respond to the motion that has been made and seconded.
You really can't respond to the motion as the chair.
But I can, it's
everyone else can speak.
It's
You
the
can't
executive committee's letter, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah, but you're running the meeting. Just FYI there, can't respond to it.
Could
Everyone else
Jeff
can.
run the rest of the question portion? Or we have no further discussion on it, but I think it would
No,
actually.
he just meant that you would make a comment afterwards that
Oh,
you still call
sorry.
on people. It's not removing you from the process. It's just not
Right.
having that
Sorry.
final word on it.
Oh, that's fine. I think that's been handled.
You can't talk back and forth.
So Frank and then Roberta.
Hi. I voted against this at exec for basically the reasons Dolores outlined. I feel there was sort of absolutely no notice of this to the community and even to the board. There was like, a 6-word agenda item line, no written materials in advance, no opportunity to really think about it. And I just think we're rushing into something that is very complicated and potentially has all kinds of unintended consequences. Since exec, we've now heard that the Save Chelsea organization is opposed to this, Dick Gottfried is opposed to it, CP5 is opposed to it. It just shows there are a lot of arguments going the other way, and I am concerned about taking any kind of position, even the one in the draft letter, without having the community an opportunity to really engage in a robust discussion with us.
Thanks, Frank. Roberta, and then Lowell.
Sure. I appreciated the letter and the sentiment of the letter. And I felt like I had to speak up because I think that there's been a lot of kind of scaremongering around raising the FAR cap that wouldn't, completely override existing zoning. I think that, there are a lot of questions. And the one thing that this letter did that I really, really appreciate, and I wish we could maybe even take that out of the position, is ask some worthwhile questions of the state about some of the hypotheticals that execs seem to come up with. And I'm wondering if there's a way to advance that while also taking into account that there perhaps needs to be additional community discussion.
Thanks for that, Roberta. Lowell, and then Bert.
Yeah, I'm going to be very quick here. I think what this letter says goes beyond what we agreed on at exec. I do think that we need community input and a lot more discussion, as there are a lot of complications and potential unintended consequences of this. And I would second Joe's motion to refer this back to the committee and not send this letter.
Thanks, Lowell. Bert?
I supported this letter in exec, and one of the reasons I supported it, I don't fall prey to the scaremongering, the throwing out of descriptives that have, the more they use, have less and less meaning to me. And I think that has less and less meaning at all. But what did push me for this letter was the budget deadline. Now, there's something I heard you say, Joe, that budget deadline is not so severe as maybe I thought it was.
The governor's no longer doing this by the budget date.
So if that is the case, I would then go, because that's not then pushing us to meet a March 31st deadline, then I would go the route of, I'm still supporting it, and I want to hear other voices.
Thank you for that, Bert. Accordingly, I'm going to accept the motion, but add that it also come before exec. So that this process, because it came out of exec, and I'd like for that to sort of be a full circle accordingly. So I'm cutting off debate on the letter, referring this back to the relevant committees. We'll announce the way you can vote on that this evening when we get to the vote sheet. And so if everybody's okay with a general head nod there, the final bit I'll add on this is that I'm always surprised how little public we have at our executive committee meetings. And yet it's a very important committee. So I hear everybody on was there discussion. It is a public meeting, much like the rest of all of our committees. So I just am flagging that for the board and for the public that has stayed with us until 10:20 p.m. on March 2nd. So with that, I thank you all for your time and dedication this evening and for the great work as always. And I'd like, oh, and we're gonna move to voting. I almost asked for an adjournment. Katie, our esteemed co-secretary who's flying solo this evening.
Indeed.
We
All right,
will be doing our roll call.
All right.
So
Jeffrey, can I ask?
Sorry, yeah, how are
I
we
was gonna
voting?
I was gonna go to Jesse for some clarification on the voting. If that's okay. Jesse, are you good for that?
yeah, sure. You know, I'm sorry I didn't put the dots together for you, Katie, but we need to do a roll call, a single roll call for the ULURP action letter, which is number 1. So everybody needs to be voting on number 1 separately, and then we'll be doing our normal roll call for the rest of the letters.
Just for clarification.
Whoa,
and
slow
all.
down. Raise your hand. You gotta raise your hands.
Paul and then Christine.
How are we to vote on number 19 on the sheet? Is it sent to committee?
You're sending back to committee.
Thank you.
Christine?
Well, can we do, when you call the name, can we say yes to one and then yes to the others? So that in one.
I mean, I'm fine with that as long as Katie can produce, we're still needing a separate.
Two separate answers, right?
Separate sheet. So Katie, if you're fine with that and you can produce a separate roll call sheet for the ULURP action, that's fine.
I think I can. Yep.
All right.
That's the way we've done it in the past, Jess.
Yeah.
All right, Ms. Stokes, over to you.
Okay, all right.
Okay. Sarah Appleton.
Sarah, she's no longer a part of the board.
Oh, all right. I'm taking her off my list then. Then Christine Bertin.
You're on mute, Christine.
Yes and yes. So yes to ULURP and yes to all.
Okay. Gwen Biling.
Gwen, you with us?
Leslie Bogosian. Murphy.
Thanks. Yes on ULURP, yes on everything. And then 19, what do we, if we're voting back to committee, we say that? Or is it yes to back, means back to committee? I'm sorry.
Yeah, yes means.
You're voting it, you're marking it back, submitting back, going back to committee.
So it doesn't mean yes does not met yet.
You're not writing yes. There's an option for going back to committees.
19 is back, 19 then is back, everything, yes to everything, 19 back to committee.
Yeah, we're not actually voting on 19 because Jeffrey withdrew it.
Oh, he did. I didn't hear that part. Jeffrey, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, that was, I added exec and it was withdrawn and referred back to committee.
Never mind what I just all said.
Okay. Viren.
No to one, yes to all.
Got it. Patricia. Not here tonight. Jessica.
Yes to one and yes to the rest.
Dale.
Yeah, I am a yes to one. I am a yes to the rest except 14. No, I'm sorry. I'm a no on 17.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Judith. Marty.
No on one, yes to everything else, and I've submitted the vote sheet.
Great. Paul.
Yes on one, yes on the rest, vote sheet submitted.
Thank you. Tina.
Which one? Sorry, me?
Oh, Tina, with the long last name, DeFelicitano, whatever. Sorry, Tina.
DeFelice Antonio. Get used to saying it, Katie.
Thank you.
Tina, can you repeat your vote?
Wait, I'm sorry. Is this Tina Nelson that she's asking?
No, Tina's muted. Tina DeLucia.
Sorry.
Steve Felicity Antonio is muted. She's got to unmute. Tina D, you got to unmute.
Twee, thank you.
All right. Yes to one, yes to all, and I'm submitting.
Marvelous. Thank you. Okay, Pete Diaz.
No to one and yes to all.
Got it. And Brett.
Brett Furfer's no longer on the board.
Brett Furfer's
Yeah,
no.
yeah, he's
Oh,
he's a
wait, coming
public
off my
member.
list. All right, I have an old list.
Sorry about
Elzora. No, Elzora is no longer on it,
No,
right?
yeah, I'm sorry, Katie. You got sent an old list. My
Okay,
apologies.
no worries. Wendy.
Wendy's not here tonight.
All right. David Haloka.
Yes to one and yes to the rest.
Thank you. Frank.
Yes to one, yes to the rest. Vote sheet submitted.
Thank you. Josephine.
I don't think she's here tonight.
Okay. Inga.
That's a really old list.
That's a really old list.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I did not send the list. I
Jesse's
apologize.
just toying with me. Lowell.
Yes to one, present not eligible on 11. It's 11, right? Yeah. And yes to the rest.
Got it. Blake isn't here tonight. Bert.
Yes on ULURP, yes to all the rest.
Thank you. Chris. LeBron.
I vote yes on one and yes to all on the vote sheet I'm submitting currently. Thank you.
Okay. Jeffrey, do I wait till the end to ask you?
Usually, I think.
Okay, I'll wait then. Betty.
Yes to one and yes for the rest. I'd like to make a comment. We've, because we're using an old sheet.
We're missing a
I
lot of
see
people.
Yep.
H, A,
So,
think we're raising our hands. If we
yeah,
haven't
I
been
was going to
called.
call for that at the end of the list. Is those who are not called in accordance with the alphabet will raise their hands, and we'll take the votes from there.
Okay.
Okay.
This is Gwen. I have a question. I'm not sure if you got my vote the first time.
I did not, Gwen. Can you give me yours
Okay.
right now?
Yes, I can. It was yes to one and yes to the rest.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank
And
you.
For all of you who I've skipped, I apologize and I'll be back to you pretty soon. Okay. Oh, this person I think is Morgan, right? Is long gone. Okay. Sarah Mills. No, she's not.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, good. Hello, Sarah.
Hey, Katie. So yes on one, yes to the rest, and my vote sheet is submitted. Thank you.
You're welcome. Mike Noble.
Yes to one, yes to the rest.
Thank you.
Vote.
JD.
And my sympathies.
JD.
Yes, yes to one, yes to the rest, and I'll submit my vote sheet after I have a drink.
Okay. Maria.
Yes to one and yes to the rest. I'll
Thank
submit
you.
my vote sheet soon. Thank you.
Great. Yep. Alan.
Yes to one and yes to the rest. Thank you.
Brad.
Yes to one, abstain on 16, yes to the rest. Thank you.
Okay. And I've got it. Twee.
Yes on one, yes to the rest. 19. Jeffrey said it was withdrawn, so I shall mark that as withdrawn.
No, the direction is to refer it back to committee.
Yep.
Okay, sent back to committee. I'll submit now. Thank you.
Thank you. Joe.
Yes to one, yes to the rest.
Thank you. Sabrina.
Sorry about that. Present not eligible on number one, and then yes to the rest.
And yes to the rest. Got it. Dolores.
Yes on one, present not eligible on 14, and yes to the rest.
Okay. Brian. Nope. Okay. David Solnick. Okay. Oh, me. So I'm voting, wait, what?
Nothing, sorry.
Okay. So I'm voting no on one and yes to the rest. Kit,
Not here.
Marty, or no, Martin Treat, no.
No, gone.
Oh, no.
All right, back
Hector,
on mute, everybody, please.
Hey, wait a minute, I
Hector?
didn't get to vote yet. Walker?
We're not there yet, Rob.
no, not yet.
Okay.
I'm looking for Hector.
Yeah, no to one and yes to all.
Got it. Rob Walker,
Vote yes to the first one, yes to the rest, and voting sheet submitted.
thank you. James,
Not here.
okay. David Warren,
Yay to one, yay to all, and voting sheet submitted.
Leslie Williams,
No to one and yes to the rest.
and Colin Wright.
Nope.
Okay. Now, Jesse, how do you suggest? Shall I just,
We just go down, you got your hands raised and you go down the list that where the hands are raised.
okay, then Viren, I see your hand raised, but didn't I already get your vote?
Yeah, no, I need to correct my vote. No to 17, please.
So you said no to one, no to
No to-
17, and then yes to the rest.
Yes.
Got it. Okay, so your hand can go down. All right. Jesse,
Yes to one, yes to the rest, voting sheet submitted.
thank you. Who's up next? Candace,
Yes to one, yes to the rest, and vote sheet submitted.
thank you. Roberta,
No on one and yes to the rest, and my vote sheet is submitted.
thank you. Peggy,
Sorry about that. Yes to one, yes to the rest.
got it. And Tina Nelson,
Yes to one and yes to the rest.
I'm sorry, you said yes to one and yes to the rest?
Correct. All yeses.
Got it. Thank you. Myrtle,
Yes to one and yes to the rest. Thank you.
thank you. And all right, who else do I have here? Oh, and then Jeffrey, I think you're the last person.
Carrie.
That's me.
Oh, I didn't see you over there. Sorry, Carrie.
That's okay. I'm yes to one and yes to the rest. Thank you.
Yep, got it. And
Ms.
Theodore.
Reyes.
Ted.
Yes to
Ted.
one and yes to all.
Yes
Can you
to
hear
one, yes to all. Okay.
And Katie, I am yes to one.
Wait, hold on.
Ooh,
Let
sorry.
me just go back to the right place on my sheet here. Okay, got it. Yes, I'm sorry. You're yes to one, you said?
Yes to one. I am present, not eligible on number 2.
Yep.
And yes to the rest.
And yes to the rest. All right, Jesse. We'll figure this one out together. All right.
Katie, thank you. Next time we'll tell Blake he can't leave you solo on a ULURP night. Again, echoing my thanks to all of you, to Jesse for stealing the show at the end of the meeting, for putting his kid on the screen. Wave hi to Lev, everybody. And I will entertain a motion to adjourn, please.
So
Motion.
moved.
Okay, switching from water to wine. Good night, everybody.
Exactly. Absolutely. Good night.
Thank
Hey,
you all.
Jesse, look at you and look at me. Mine's out. Yours is still up.
All the yelling woke him up.
Exactly.
Adorable. Adorable.
Thanks. Bye, guys.
Take care,
Good night.
everybody.